What'd you say about seeing me? You can't see me? I don't know what you're talking about, okay? Anyway, I could actually just start the stream. I think I'll just wait for Twitch ads, so I might start like, I don't know, a minute before this starting soon timer runs down. Neo jump scare? Blah. Okay. Sounded like Walter White confronting me about something said about his product. Jesse, what is this? This is not up to standard. We can't be putting out an inferior product. Walter Paulino. Walter. Put the Unity engine down, Walter. We're not making games today, Walter. I'm not having sex with you, Walter. Walter. God, I was just watching... What was it? What was it? You know, fuck it, we're starting. Fuck it, we're starting. Hi. I was just watching some guys. Someone made a video talking about like survivors likes and just being really annoyed that people are using the word bullet hell to describe Vampire Survivors and other similar games when the two genres are like not really similar. And also he was basically just shitting on survivors likes for half the video. But it got me thinking, like, okay, a lot of these modern game mechanics, game designs are really focused towards engaging the player and hooking the player more than actually making, like, I don't know, whatever you'd call, like, fun or good good game mechanics. Also, I'm gonna AV test the glasses today. You know what? We're doing no glasses today. Fuck it, we ball. So anyway, is making games really that different from making an addictive controlled substance? Is social media that different? Anyway, hello Vanilla and hello Random Perv. He was late, he hates all of you. Ugh. Only sometimes. No. I only had like one day of me not getting enough sleep and being kind of cranky and just wondering like fuck about it all. But then I realized I'm just being a bitch, so you know what, we're gonna keep doing this. We're gonna keep making this game. I'm gonna keep at it until either I give up or the world appreciates this game. Something like that. So one of the two. Anyway, today we're making this jump pad. Right now it does nothing. What do we got here? So in the editor at the moment, also I'm like covering a bunch of stuff. Yeah, at the moment, I think I didn't even make a script yet. I just have test jump pad for the material. Yeah, I just made the visuals of it. The plan is... we're probably not even gonna add a physics shape here, are we? I suppose we could use it in the physics world check collider or whatever, but I'm probably just gonna use checkbox and define it in the script, the parameters for that size of the box, and then have like a debug function that draws the box. So anyway, just briefly to go over what I spent like yesterday. What I spent like yesterday looking at is Unity, physics, Yeah, this package, the physics package. Where's my... What browser? This one? Yeah, this Unity physics. It's not a Don Maku, that's a Don Badu. Don Bodu? Don Balls. I'm so ashamed I'm moving to Twitch. Alright. You can raise my Twitch viewer numbers instead, and you can tank my YouTube numbers instead. What was it? I was watching a bigger streamer who recently started dual streaming and was talking about how it did in fact split his viewer base, as in part of his like viewership that would normally be watching him on Twitch was watching him on YouTube. So overall it was up, but his Twitch numbers specifically were down, and that affected his ability for sponsorships. Like sponsors were adjusting their rates based on like his Twitch numbers purely. And so not that I really have to worry about that at this moment, but I guess it's one thing to think about for larger creators. You're getting ad revenue like directly from the platforms instead of from sponsorships, then I suppose it matters less anyway. Return a popcorn. Wonder why your clothes are still stinky. Yeah, I just washed them. I was doing laundry. That's why this stream is maybe a bit later than I was hoping to. Anyway, what I was looking at is collision queries. So, well, not here actually. There are collision events actually. So I was debating. Hello, Vanillin. Hydrate. I'm actually out of water in my water bottle. It changed me. So besides the collision queries, where is it? Interacting with bodies. Where even is it? Anyway, if you set a check or set like a thing on the physics physics pipeline, is this where they talk about it? Collision queries, simulation result. Oh, is this it? Yeah, events, collision events, and then trigger events. These things. So if you enable a certain flag or set a certain key property thing on, I'll zoom in to help you read. If you enable a certain thing on the colliders in Unity, and if I go in the editor, here, let me move chat. You're in the way. You're in the way. Sorry, chat. You can go in the corner where you won't bother us trying to read what's on screen. If you go into the Unity editor, I suppose I can enlarge this a bit. If you look at the right side of the screen, it's gonna be like slightly misaligned. It's gonna piss someone off. Where is it? Where is it? This thing. Physics shape, collision response. I actually set this to collide, raise collision events. You can't see the drop down, but by default it's just collide and doesn't raise collision events. So I set this to collide, raise collision events because I was thinking of actually using the collision event system. Then I looked into the actual API and how to use the collision events as opposed to just querying things directly. If you take a look at this thing, what happens is when you try to access collision events in Unity dots, you get see above this thing. You can access them directly from simulation by calling system-based system API entity query .get singleton simulation singleton as simulation collision events or trigger events and iterate through them. So every collision event that happens, regardless of what type they are, if you have like projectiles that hit an enemy, if you have enemies that hit a player, enemies that hit an enemy, if you have explosions that hit an enemy, if you have whatever else, whenever you want to write a system that works on those events, you need to loop through all of them. So either you have one top level system that's also is like really, it's slow because you're like delegating out into separate logic for each simulation event. Or you write a bunch of separate systems that each loop over all the collision events, and then check the types of each, or like check the components on each entity that collided with other entities. And it seems really not made very well for like actually doing stuff in a game, from like a performance perspective, and also just not having the code be a annoying mess to deal with. So I was considering going back to Latios, because there's a method like find pairs that he wrote where you can like separate out collision events of a certain type, and then what's the word? Just find the collisions that would occur between one entity and another certain type of entity or whatever, and you can loop over all of those, and it's more efficient. Or you could like write your own some other sorting system that like that's like on top of Unity's collision events and like turns them into other kinds of events based on whichever ones you need to process. But that also seems kind of slow and also kind of convoluted as well. What seems way less convoluted is just using collision queries directly. You can do raycast, glider distance, point distance, overlap query, and this seems like the sort of optimal way of doing it from like a performance perspective, and also in my opinion from the perspective of like just making the code readable and not overly complicated. So I'm probably just going to use this. So the plan for the jump pad is if we go into the scripting API in Unity Physics or is it Physics World? In Physics World, we have a bajillion methods. We also have a Physics World extensions. Okay. We'll probably just do a box cast. And we can pass in a collision filter, so we can say only look for players or enemies or whatever. And we'll check for entities that are within the box cast of this jump pad thing. And they're basically making our own trigger that would happen. And we'll just do the logic there in the results of the box cast. So we've got box cast that just returns a bool, I think, which is just if the box hits something. But if we want to access those other query results, we'll use box cast all, which has an out. Yeah, ref native list collider cast hit out hits. So this method will take in a reference to a native list of collider cast hit, and then it'll put your results in that native list. And then a collider cast hit has these fields, and we have entity, so whichever entities that we want to act on, we'll get it there. Which means then we have to check if the entity has a component and then get that component and then modify that. In this case, it'll be physics velocity. I suppose that is also kind of, well, it's not that convoluted. Well, it could be worse. It could be worse. So like, for example, let's say we have a projectile. I could do it with collision events, or if I just do direct queries, which would be faster, we'll just do probably a sphere cast or something. I know there's where is it? Cast collider is the one that goes sort of here. Where's the? We'll just read the docs. Could be worse. You could be using Java. This is a C# household. We only accept Microsoft Java. You wouldn't have to deal with a sudden shift in splitting views because you were dual streaming to begin with. That is true. Yeah. I probably have even less reason to be concerned about that. Although, arguably more reason to be concerned about that, because I know it does feel kind of weird when you like go into a dual stream honestly from either side, and the streamers are responding to chat messages that you can't see in the chat box just because it's on a different platform. But I still think it's worth it, and I'm also like already sort of committed to it by enabling, by having Twitch affiliate and having people sub to me on Twitch and all that. Keyboard has abandoned me. It's so Jover. So Jover. I haven't had popcorn in like since like last week. I have the big Kirkland box of microwave popcorn, and I've been thinking about getting that the FlaVR popcorn seasoning that I keep hearing about online. Whenever they're talking about, okay, all the movie theaters for movie theater popcorn, they use this thing. This thing, it's like the movie theater popcorn seasoning. Neil reads all chat messages because he loves us. But also sent us to this shamey corner. He hates us. Which is it, man? Make up your mind. I can't deal with this. Anyway. The query... Let's see. A subset of the following fields: fraction, position, surface, normal, rigid body, index, entity, collider, key material. Okay, yeah, this thing, collider casts. Right. Collider, reference to a Collider 2 cast, and I think these are more expensive. Can be significantly more expensive than performing a ray cast. I'd hope the sphere cast isn't too expensive, because I imagine you want a fast-moving projectile. Like a bullet. Well, I guess it depends. You could just use hit scans, or you could do like super fast projectiles for bullets. Although in the bullet case, you probably just use a ray cast instead of a sphere cast. But let's say you have a big projectile that you want to hit like a bunch of enemies. Then you'd probably use like a sphere collider. Like, say the BFG 9000 in the Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal BFG. Then, yeah, you'd want a big sphere for that. So theoretically, if we were to do that, I'm not sure if it's cast collider or if there's like a sphere specific one. I think, yeah, there's overlap sphere and there's sphere cast, origin, radius, direction, max distance. Okay, so there is a specific sphere cast function. I'm gonna assume that doing it this way is faster than passing into collider. Which would just make sense. And then sphere cast all. Yeah, origin, radius, direction, max distance. So yeah, it is traveling a long period of time, and that doesn't matter when the tick rate is super low. We could just increase the tick rate and then not have to do as many like continuous collision checks. But I think the lower tick rate, well, we'll see. We can always adjust in theory. Well, it might be a bit of a pain to do, but I'll just keep working on it with this in mind. Okay, so anyway, part of the reason I don't want to use Unity's collision event system is just because I was looking for the example code and it just seemed like too much, man. That's too much, man. That's too much boilerplate-y stuff. It seems like very clever, but also annoying and hard to read. So I'm just gonna not do it that way. Although, whatever. Let's open VS Code. Let's go to our project folder. That's too big. All right, here we are. So I'm gonna make a component. Let's call it jump pad. So this has a jump velocity. I guess it could just be a float 3. And use mathematics. And we need to find the box scale. So I'll just do like box scale. Naming, I think, yeah, member variables are usually capitalized, so do that. Then we'll make an authoring component. This will be jump pad authoring .c#. I suppose in the future we could always adjust our organization here. Alright, player input authoring becomes jump pad authoring. The baker, don't forget to change this. Change word jump pad authoring. Alright. So these should be vector 3s. Although, can you serialize a float 3? I just want to see. Jump velocity. If not, then we do vector 3s. Box scale. And then we add a component, the jump pad box scale equals authoring dot box scale jump velocity equals authoring dot jump velocity. Let's go back to Unity editor. Make it 20 FPS so future wikis will reminisce on calculating specific tick times. Oh my god. Which games am I thinking of? Doom is like, what, 25 tick or something? I think I set it to 25 tick, this one. Well, anyway, let's add the... Okay, click on Add Component. Add a jump pad authoring script. Make sure this box scale is set. Oh, cool, it does serialize. Serializes nicely. Make sure the box scale matches the scale that we're putting on the display. And then I'll also make like a debug thing to display the collider. And actually that means we can get rid of the physics shape, right? I guess it depends. Do we want it to collide with the player? Do we want the player to collide with it? In that case, actually, yes. And let's just make it poke out a tiny bit over the actual rendered box by saying the box scale is wide at 0.3 and give you a jump velocity of, what's the player's current jump velocity? It's 3.75. Let's just do like 10. In the Y. Okay. It's not going to do anything. It's just going to have that data stored on it. So now, if we wanted to actually do something, you write a system, because entity components systems. Alright. So we jump pad system.c#. Suppose we should name some of these like systems instead of system. We do want a debug system to draw the box. So we might actually start with that. Using Unity entities, using Unity burst. Change this to jump pad debug system with all local to world using, wait a minute, using Unity transforms. So it needs a transform. We need to get the transform. We need to get the jump pad. Jump pad is read only, so it's the transform. So our jump pad. And also with the debug tag. Was it player authoring? Do something like this? Yeah. So we'll add this debug tag. So if authoring.debug, public bool debug. then add the debug tag, and then if we have the debug tag, then we run this system. Debug dot hello. I think we forgot an import. Where is this draw line coming from? Uni engine, yeah, using Uni engine. Oh, it's using the wrong debug, that's why, okay. So debug dot draw line draw box. Okay, I actually added a package called debug extension. Debug local cube. All right, I guess it's a local cube. Okay. Takes a matrix 4x4 space. Is there another box? Oh, transform. Position, rotation scale, transform. So I guess that means, yeah, we could just pass in the local to world dot value ro dot value, which is a float 4x4, which should be able to get casted to transform. Hello, Sarah Wild. Hi, we're coding. We're making a jump pad to show off Unity dots. Collision checks. First, we're debugging, showing the collider. Neo, hi, QFat Flamingo. On YouTube. Once again. I am once again acknowledging the fact that since we are dual streaming, there will be chat messages on one platform that will not have appeared in the other platform chat. Just so we're all on the same page. Where were we? Take a transform, take a size, jump pad, dot value ro dot box scale, center default, duration 0, depth touch true. Okay, yeah, use the defaults there. Oh, okay, that's not that bad. In fact, that's more convenient to do it this way since we can just give it the transform. All right, so here's our debug system. And I guess we'll go into root super systems. This is part of Latios framework. This is not part of the default Unity stuff. By default, you would put like an update in group thing at the top of the system. But since we're using this thing, so we can do explicit systems and explicit system ordering, we can do this. Jump, pad, debug, system. Right. So since this inherits root super system and we're in create systems, then this will actually add the system to our, well, systems that actually run. I don't use Unity, just looking at what people can make in it. I haven't used, I haven't used Unity in a hot minute. In years, actually. Not since, oh man, is it like, yeah, like 3 or 4 years ago. But I've finally given in after trying to make a 3D game in Godot with ECS. Specifically, ECS is the feature that I'm trying to use. After trying to introduce ECS into Godot myself and suffering for it, I've given up. I've joined the dark side. I've decided to use the off-the-shelf solution that is closer to the actual feature set that I need. So that's all. Literally Bigfoot. Yeah, the chatters in the other chat box aren't real. You can't see them, therefore they're not real. We didn't add the debug to this. All right, so let's add debug flag to it and we'll run. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, does this have to do with the box scale 2.32? Huh. Wait a minute. Disk shapes, box, size 111, scale collision response collide. Oh, is that default collide erase collision events? Oh, that's interesting. Or no, that's the, oh, it's because I made a prefab. Oh, okay, hold on. Then in this prefab, let's convert this. All right, there we go. Back to the scene. I use UE. Nice. Nice. I hear that UE is good. I hear good things about UE. Or, well, bad things too. I hear that everyone's using UE and that some developers use it effectively and some developers are, well, maybe under time pressure and just don't optimize their games. But it seems like a lot of studios and a lot of people are using UE. Code is readable. I don't really understand the long method names or the long type names. Code is like English. You want it to be concise. This is like Unity padding for words in an essay. Oh my god, you're so true. So true. So real. Most people on Twitch use Unity or Godot. I do notice that, yeah, in like smaller indie space. I think Godot, especially for 2D, is really nice. You don't have like a sort of bloated API like and all the packages like Unity kind of does. But I'm a little concerned about performance because I want to have a lot of stuff happening on screen. I'm not a brain app. Sorry, I can only make brain dead comments. I'm not a game dev. I don't know much of anything. It's alright. I'll try and explain things, well, as much as I can. So I'm wondering if... Hold on, we have the scale, we have the jump velocity. Oh wait, we're applying the scale twice because of the transform, aren't we? Oh, okay, hold on. I think I know. I think I know. The transform includes the scale already, so maybe not. Can we get like just the position out of this transform? This is a float 4x4. Map dot. I could just do the map directly on it. Ugh. Value RO local to world. Value RO dot position. Yeah, we can just do that. Okay, so change to local to world. Value RO dot position because we're actually applying the scale here. Position is a float 3 actually, so god damn it. How do we get a float 4x4? Are there any static methods here we could use? Didn't you look at perspective, rotate, scale, translate? Yeah, translate. Of local to world. Okay, this is maybe a bit more involved than it should be for a pause translation. Pause transform. Is this? It's maybe a bit more involved for a debug function than it should be, but oh well. All right. I know 2 ways to make a jump pad off the top of my head. One following a spline path. Other applying a force to the player. This one is, yeah, we're just gonna apply a force. Mainly because it's simpler to code. There we go. That looks like the right collision shape. Yeah. Yippee. Okay, it still does nothing because we just did the debug thing, so we can draw the collider for it. But the game does work on a 960 GTX. 12-core CPU can get full ray tracing? Hell yeah. Nice. Maybe Unreal Engine actually can be good. I haven't really messed around with Unreal Engine that much. Mostly because I don't want to deal with C++. I know you can just use, what, Unreal Script? But that's what... I know there's blueprints. I don't really like visual scripting when I could just code it. I don't know how. I don't know what it's like because I haven't actually tried it, so maybe I should try it one time. I use blueprints most of the time. Neat. Hello, howdy, hello internet consumer. The latter would make more sense since that's how Valve handles it in source games like Portal. These ones are probably going to be pretty simple. I don't think I... Do I? Do I have a need for, like, the really specific spline-based jump pads? I'm not even sure I want to use these jump pads all that much in the actual level design for this game, which is probably going to be pretty minimal considering it's like a Survivors-like or a Risk of Rain type roguelike FPS something. I was just watching a game. Unreal uses both seamlessly. You need a custom blueprint made in C++, then used it in Blueprint. Ah. So you can like make a blueprint node that you need specifically, write that in C++ and then use blueprints for the rest. Ah. I just don't really feel like using a visual code editor. Like it's all the same complexity, just in a different package. Maybe I'll try it someday. Let's do the actual jump pad system then. Burst compile, public, partial struct. Jump pad. What's it called? Apply force system. The hardest thing in computer science, naming things. Okay, so we need a jump pad, we need the local to world, we don't need the debug tag this time. If you need bitwise, for example, make a function in C++ so you can access it in Blueprint. Cool. Neat. Maybe one day I'll try it out. Okay, so we can get the position from that. We can get the scale from that. We need the world. Var physics world equals. We have something somewhere here. Yeah, system API get singleton. Physics roll singleton using Unity physics. Okay, for each, do this. World dot box cast all. And now let's see. Center orientation. On 760M is slightly worse than a 1050. Oh god, how many years has it been since the NVIDIA 10 series? Whoops, I pressed keys and my eyes went money. There. Okay. Where were we? Okay, we have a center, we have orientation, we have half extents. Is this the one we want to use? Let me just take a look at all the... Or yeah, this is the box cast all. I feel when you're running on NVIDIA 980 and the Asus 10 series is up. My old PC has a 980. Not the one I'm using right now, but I had a 980. Or well, I still have that PC, so it's maybe dying a little though. Let's see. We need a center, we need an orientation. So var center would be, or well, we'll just do local to world value ro dot position. So center orientation. Local to world value ro dot rotation. Half extents. Var half extents equals, let's see, jump pad value ro, the thing box scale. This vector 3 should be, so it would be this scale divided by 2, right? Because the box is 1 across, right? Right. Divided by 2. That's also a float 3. Good. Half extents. Direction. Oh, I don't actually need... Hold on, I don't need to like cast it, move it across. I really need like a check, like just... I think there's like check functions. Otherwise, I'd be wasting CPU cycles. Yeah, checkbox. Oh no, that only returns the... returns if there's a hit, doesn't return all the collisions there. Overlap sphere custom, overlap capsule custom, overlap capsule, sphere cast. Sphere cast all. Is there no way to... I guess it would depend. I guess, okay, so you can do a check that just doesn't go anywhere, right? You could just do... Where is it? A box cast all, except... Was it? Direction is, well, anywhere, and then max distance is 0. So then the question becomes, how is it actually implemented? Does it skip over doing the casting part? If... Okay, this is decompiled. Decompiled metadata back. Box cast. Query wrappers. Box cast. All. Box cast custom. Oh boy. Alright, I guess the answer is I have no idea. Guess we don't have the source code because we're not Unity Enterprise. Some dedicated WAM. Some rich person plus his chat buy me a dedicated GPU. We need a Mr. Beast style giveaway. I don't have that money though. Anyway, let's just hope that, yeah, float 3 dot Could do float 3.0. That feels weird. Math dot up. Max distance 0. Oh god, where are we? Okay. VAR out hits. What the fuck are you doing? Autocomplete VAR. Ref. VAR out hits. Is a native list glider cast hit? How do we do this? New new native list? Glider cast hits? Takes a ref and then collision filter. VAR collision filter is new collision filter. Where else did we do it here? Belongs to and then collides with? Yeah. We'll do this. Belongs to environment. And then collides with the player. This collision filter util, I made this. It's just defining these constants. I suppose it would be nice if you could do those a bit more automatically. Okay, whatever. Out hits, filter. This is a method. This is a, yeah, we need the ref keyword so that you can actually see that this is getting modified, hopefully. Okay, so now we iterate over the collider cast hits. For hit, var hit, in, out hits. This is a for each actually, yeah, okay. Big meow. Fan BRB chat, alright. Pat Neo's butt for being bilingual, speaking both English and Paulinese. I speak. I don't speak. Communicate purely through typing, purely through code. I haven't like actively studied Japanese in so long. I haven't even been watching Japanese streamers or VTubers all that much, or videos. Because nowadays so much is translated, so much you can just get translated already, and it's like, okay, do I even need to know Japanese at this point? Just kind of sad to think about it that way. I still think after all these years of like knowing Japanese that it just sounds nice. Japanese sounds nice. System API. So it's kind of a shame that maybe I'm not using my Japanese knowledge all that much. So has component. If not system API has component, we want a physics velocity on hit.entity. Entity. Continue. Okay. Var Visvel is system API, get component, RW, physics velocity on the entity. Okay, and then physvel.value RW dot linear plus equals. I guess it's weird if we So you jump on a jump pad. You jump, you're moving downwards, you touch the jump pad sends you flying upwards. And it would be weird if you added the velocity there, right? It's also weird if you... What's the word? If you don't preserve their XZ velocity. So I think what you'd want to do is set their Y velocity to the map.min max of 0 and visvel value ro.linear.y. Visvel value rw linear plus equals. Yeah, so if their y velocity is negative, set y velocity to 0 if falling down on a jump pad, set the y velocity to 0. Let's do that. What a weeb! I know, right? Fun fact about Paulinese. Name sounds for pleasure to meet you. In English means the speaker had romantic relations with the other's mother in Paulinese. You got points for creativity? Hi, alright, where were we? And then we just add the jump pads, jump velocity. Alright, not too bad. So this should run every physics tick. We'll just do something like this. In the fixed step simulation group, before the physics simulation group, we'll call something like environment super system or something like that. And then we do jump pad force system. Then if you want like environment things to happen before something else, then I guess we can do that. Okay. I don't think it matters all that much, the order. Okay, so we have our jump pad, we have our scale, rather we have our thing. Uh-oh, we're getting errors? Oh, wait. That's not how we're supposed to get a thing. Yeah, we're having like an allocation. That's not how we're supposed to get a native list, right? We are supposed to do something else, and I kind of forget. Let's take a look at... Oops. Physics. Let's open a new window and look at one of the examples. Another window. Yeah, I'll just use another window. This one. Somewhere, I think they have a... Oh no, they do just do new native array. We need to pass an allocator, right? Rather, oh wait, native array. You need to pass the length and the allocator. I suppose that means, like, hypothetically, we'd want to max on the It's not a dynamic array. It's like a actual fixed length array. Wait, then what about so ideally we get the length of the okay, so we can't actually get the length of thing beforehand, can we? In that case, what does that mean for us? We want length. Oh, it's initial capacity. Okay, so it does resize. Right? Let's do like 8 in like the worst case, kind of arbitrary. And then allocator dot temp. Yeah, temporary is for like you're gonna use it this frame or whatever. I think that's what we want. I'm not sure what the default constructor is. Okay, we just passed an allocator, then an initial capacity 1. I think that's better for what we want though. Are there any other? Yeah, okay. Then let's just do allocator temp. So it's this native list is a list length of 1. Hello, the Godfather. 154, hello. I'm very creative, like how I mix mint in my dark chocolate so I don't eat too much sugar. Chocolate and mint, choco mint. Choco mint's so good, man. That's just smart. Okay. Let's hope I know that fixed the thing and I know how to use native lists. Anyway, we got a jump pad. We're sending in our collider hits to that list, and hey, it just works. I guess you really do need to set the allocator. I guess the default allocator must have been something else. Something that we don't want. Okay, we want to check for if it hits multiple times per tick. And so far, I think it's just not doing that. Yeah, and so ideally you'd have like a sound effect, some particle effects or whatever, but yeah. Yeah, if we do it like really downwards, I guess that just works. So it's kind of hacky in that we're, what's the word? It's kind of hacky in that we're just we're not checking if we're gonna hit the player multiple times. So in theory, right, if I just modify this, if we set the box scale to like 1 or something, right? Now the collider looks like this. We might hit it twice. And yeah, we went like way higher. Yeah, we're gonna hit it multiple times. And then it's gonna launch us multiple times. But I think just like this is kind of hacky, but since we're setting the Y velocity high enough, I don't think it matters. For our purposes, this is good enough. Yeah, 0.5, well, more like 0.05? 0.025 units beyond the actual environment collider. So I guess it's fine. Does it make a difference if I hit it from the side? No, I think that's, yeah, 10 velocity. Yeah. Yippee. Okay. Well, it works. Cool. So yeah, let's close the examples thing. Let's open his code. Yeah, okay. Neil loves his slow shooter gameplay. Have you seen Risk of Rain? Have you played Risk of Rain, Risk of Rain 2? Because the idea is I want movement upgrades to feel significant, and I don't think you can get that if you don't start the player at a slow enough movement speed. And to be honest, I actually do kind of want to slow down the gameplay in this. I want it to be slow at least at the start, to create more of that contrast between early game and late game. Because otherwise, I think if it's, I guess there's nothing. What's the word? It's not like it's illegal to give the player a good starting speed in a game like this. So hypothetically, if I want to mess around, where is that at? So right now the move speed's 5. If we double that to 10, it looks like this. Now we're playing like a Quake or something. Huh, huh, huh. No, this is like faster than Quake, isn't it? Wee. Yeah, now we're playing arena shooter. But what I want is for this state to be more like, I don't know, later into a run, that you'll be getting upgrades and stuff, and then you'll have this level of move speed. Don't get me wrong, slow movement makes things scary and intense. Yeah, I want there to be that contrast between early game and late game. And like I want to give the player enough reason to take movement speed upgrades. Especially if like map objectives and stuff that you can complete faster, more XP you can collect if you have a higher movement speed. So I think dynamics like that, those are really important in survivors, like in horde survival, bullet heaven, whatever you want to call it. Maybe just FPS roguelikes. Maybe that's too general a term. Anyway, that's her jump pad. Well, just the basic functionality of it. I suppose, you know, we could add sounds and stuff at any point in time. Animations, visuals. Sounds are probably the first thing to get done though. But we'll just commit this for now. Alright, commit this. Add jump pad. Cool. And we'll put that in Unity version control as well. Using both. I suppose I'll use both until we run into some issue. I don't know how big this project's going to get in terms of like file size. I think the art style, I'll go for more low poly, lo-fi, retro-y style. More out of consideration for 1, my artistic skills, but 2, like performance, 3, I think it looks good enough. And the performance might be pretty significant because you know, usually you're limited by having a bajillion enemies on screen and they're GPU limited if their models are fancy enough, so we'll just have the models be less fancy to start with. That too is just horde shooters in general, I think. You want a slower player move speed, so that like getting surrounded and your positioning matters as well. And so the early game is going to be more of that like horde shootery angle, and then later game is going to be super powered, move fast, kill tons of enemies. I need to figure out how to like a better level editor or something. I know there's a pro builder, but I don't think it's made specifically for Unity dots, but I think you can import things from it. Anyway, if we want to test, what is it? The X and Z velocity, we can do that as well. Maybe give 5 in the X. Now it goes this way. It's kind of cool. If we move onto it with some X velocity, then we can sort of counter it, which is maybe a little weird. Can ramp off of it. Okay. Cool. Neat, we're only like an hour into the stream. I'm probably gonna fill my water bottle because I need to get water. And I wanted to work on rocket launcher. Rocket launcher. Oh, neat. Seribot killed a bot. Nice. Okay. Maybe I should write out the plan for rocket launcher first. So you have a jump pad, which honestly is mostly just for testing and just for making sure we can do collision checks and just have it work. So the plan for the rocket launcher, I have my notes. I have my notes somewhere here. That is too big. Add a rocket component, add a rocket prefab entity, rocket spawning system on click, add a rocket move collision systems, add explosion components, add explosion system, add explosion visuals. Yeah, this stream is mostly going to be code. I might mess around with visuals later, but sound especially. Let's just think about this. We'll have our projectile authoring. Rather, let's think about components first. So projectile is a component. Projectile has a velocity. Has its gravity scale that's already built into Unity's physics body. So maybe it's a projectile prefab. No, we want the rendering. No, we want to do the visuals in editor. So we make our rocket prefab. Right. This has visuals, particles, sound, etc. We'll maybe not do that this stream, but we'll make a basic one this stream. We need a lifetime. Time to live. We need a explosion radius. Or rather, we can do explosion component. Then explosion has radius, knockback. Or rather, this would be explosive. Unless we want to like keep it the same component. Just don't be smart. Explosion boom and explosion push. Yes, explosion push. I think the way I did it in the last time I was trying to make this game, FPS Survivors 1, we had like an explosive component and then the actual explosion component gets made once the explosive projectile hits something. So the explosive component would be like an explosion radius and knockback. Or would it be like a knockback component that's separate? Yeah, probably a separate knockback component. So we have time to live. That's how long until we just delete the projectile. Knockback has value. Explosive has a radius. And then maybe we'd have like an explosion damage and then a damage component. But for now, it'll just be knockback. I guess that's it. Then velocity and stuff will be handled by... Velocity and stuff will be handled by the rocket launcher when we get to that. Or rather, it'll just be spawning for now. Now use Neo. Smug. Was this editor? Is it still VS Code? This is Obsidian for notes. This is my notes. These are my notes. You can see my design doc. My design doc here. I've never shown this off on stream, have I? I can actually talk about the design, my plan for, plans for the game. So it's kind of maybe vague at this point. It's a little bit vague, but a bunch of ideas of how I want the game to be. It'll basically be sort of class-based, sort of like Killing Floor TF2, in that you like choose a character and they have different like weapons they can use, or maybe DRG Survivor, and then that'll sort of influence the run that you have, where you get random choices of weapons, upgrades, all that, and you clear floors. I had another brainstorming page I was working on today for like some lower world building stuff, like what world are we dropping you in to kill what enemies, and I have an idea for that. I had this other brainstorming page where I was thinking about like game design stuff. What makes roguelikes good? What makes FPS games good? What makes bullet heaven survivors likes good? And then from that, I was gonna come up with like the game loop for this game. I suppose I could do an entire stream probably on just game design. I'm not sure how long it would be though. We can talk about it today a bit. But for now, I'm thinking about how am I gonna make this rocket launcher? We'll make a rocket prefab. It'll have the visuals. It'll have a time to live. It'll have the knockback. It'll have an explosive radius. The velocity will be handled by the rocket launcher. Then we'll have a rocket system. System. The rocket system will have, let's see. We'll need a time to live system. Update time to live minus equals delta time. If TTL is less than equal to 0, delete. Then the rocket system, we just do, what do we do? Check collision? Let's think, right? You do your physics update, right? So it updates the position. So maybe we're checking after the physics update, but before the actual frame thing. So that actually means we need like a previous position. If we're gonna do a collider cast. So actually, this needs a collision shape. Which is yeah, so we have our physics shape and our physics body. Those are Unity built-in stuff. We have our previous position. I suppose this will be a kinematic body, not a dynamic body, unless we want things like explosives can launch other explosives. So the rocket specifically will probably be kinematic, but if we want, like, say, grenades that can be launched by other grenades, then maybe we could do that. Yeah, that could be funny. I'm not sure if it would be fun to play with, though. So we store the previous position so that we can check collision with it. Check collision with a cast collider. And then we can do a debug system as well. So show previous and current collider position. On collision, make explosion. So how are we making the explosion? It would probably be an explosion entity. And then a system. So what? We make an explosion entity. Either that, or we just make an explosion visual and then do the explosion logic on the rocket system itself. But I think for the sake of cleaner code, better code, we probably want to make like an explosion entity. So then the rocket system can create an explosion entity, and then the grenade system or whatever can create an explosion entity. And then in another system, we actually handle the explosion. So what's that actually look like, though? In Unity dots, there's this idea of like prefab entities. Unity dots, prefab entity, prefabs in baking. During the baking process, prefabs are baked into entity prefabs. Create and register an entity prefab. Yeah, I guess there's multiple ways we could do it. Here I'm looking at the Unity docs. I'm looking at docs. This thing. Reference the entity prefab during baking using entity prefab reference struct. I'm not sure we actually want to do it this way. It seems a bit heavyweight when all we want to do is like make an entity with an explosion component. And I guess it needs a position as well. Hi nerds, hi fanboy cultist, hello. Where are the dog boys at? Only cat boys. Only cats. Get scammed. No dogs here. Only cat ears. One right in front of you. Okay, yeah, you got me. I'm actually a dog. On the internet, no one knows you're a dog. Me out here just admitting to being a dog. Okay, I'm trying to decide here. Are we gonna make an entity prefab here and then what? Instantiate that entity at runtime? Like this? The returned instance is only relevant when using the ECB as the entity is not created in the entity manager until ECB.playback. So we could do it like this. We can store a prefab component for the explosion. It's Unity from duplicating the entity prefab in every subscene it's using. This is like more editor driven, I think. So we'll make a prefab for the explosion entity in the editor. We instantiate the explosion entity at runtime based on a reference to that prefab reference. Or I guess we'll use entity prefab reference. That's for if we want to use it during baking. So either the explosion stores like a reference to an entity prefab and then instantiates that entity prefab. Or I think the lightweight way of doing it would be make an entity command buffer. We create entity. We create entity. And then we add the explosion component on the entity based on the explosive and the damage values on bleh. Right behind you. These super youngsters' ears haven't flopped down yet. Oh, yeah, that's why. Whoops, here. Here you go. Now they're floppy. Create entity. Let there be entity. I got lost. What's a prefab? What is a prefab? In Unity? So in Godot, right, you can save a node. Or like every scene in Godot is just a node. Kind of. But you can like save a node as a scene, and then you can like reference that scene. And you can like modify that scene and all that. Unity's version of that is a prefab, which is just it's like a game object that's been set up with these here, where's my thing? Okay, so like I made this jump out of prefab. It's just this it's like a lone game object where you can like set all these values on components. You can add components, you can set all these values on components, and then it's a prefab. It's a like pre-made game object with stuff on it. And so for something like a player or an enemy or whatever else, then typically it'll be a prefab and you can save it so you can use it elsewhere. Okay, what are we looking at? I think we just create an... Yeah, we have what? Create entity, component. Yeah, where is it? Create entity archetype. Archetype. An entity archetype is a unique combination of component types. So can we actually make an entity archetype? You can create archetypes directly using create archetype params component type. That's this thing on entity manager. Create archetype. Creates an archetype from a set of component types. Okay, this seems maybe a little unnecessary to do it this way as opposed to just, we just call create entity. So we call create entity. Maybe, yeah, the empty one with no components. And then we... What's it? In entity command buffers methods, we do add component. Okay, so what does that look like? We make an entity command buffer. ECB, was it new entity command buffer allocator temp? What's up? Hello, Pomp Pomp. We're deciding how are we going to... Your throne is surprisingly wholesome. This makes a lot of sense in this case. Yeah, I haven't updated that throne in like a while. There's like 2 items there. That's it. I guess I don't have like a pressing need for either one because my face tracking setup is perfectly fine pretty much at the moment. I'm not really having any issues. No massive silicone tentacles. You can be the change you wish to be. Please don't be the change in that context. But I do have, I think, gift suggestions on, I think, somewhere, maybe. I don't know, I haven't even really been thinking about or plugging the throne all that much, but it exists. It's there. If you want, I guess. Don't put that in people's heads, you'll end up like Joe. What Discord should I join to talk about coding in the gaming one? Paulino Gaming? Yeah, it's more just a general Discord at the moment. The intention early on for me making that Discord was that I'd be doing more game dev stuff, and then people could talk about the game dev related stuff in my games there, and that would be the main thing for it. And then the flavor Discord we could use for more general chatting, but I guess it's sort of turned into the general Discord for me for my stuff. Forced to spend an hour pre-game yapping deal for random pervs gift suggestions. Oh no, I shouldn't have told him. Okay, where were we? Yeah, we just make an entity. Or rather, we don't need to, give it a entity prefab. I think we just make it in code using make an entity command buffer. Call create entity. It just gets you an entity. We can do the empty one, and then we can add a component to that entity. So let's go back into our notes. Where is it here? Rocket system. Make explosion. Make entity command buffer, ECB create entity, ECB dot add component, explosion. Which means we need a few things, right? So components, we need a few things. We need knockback, we need time to live, we need explosive. This will be on projectiles. I suppose in the future we'll make like a projectile component, just to probably be a tag, and it'll have like damage on it. So actually, maybe we, instead of a rocket system, we'll do a more general projectile system, or we can just refactor it to a projectile system in the future. What would that look like? It would probably look like projectile tag, and then like a damage component. So then projectiles can have damage, and then if we want to add like piercing, then we make like a pierce component. I did that for FPS Survivors 1. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Anyway, we have time to live, we have knockback, we have explosive, we have our previous position. But yeah, I'm starting to think more and more like in the ECS world, so it's like sort of making sense to me. The projectile and damage we don't need at the moment, so we'll just do it for later. And then we'll need an explosion component. The idea will be that we, radius. And then knockback. Add knockback. Except the explosion itself, the entity will have the knockback component instead. We can use the knockback component again. So that's pretty cool. One filled with femboys. Obviously. Get himself a vibrating chastity cage. Bruh. How come I see a subscription service around gaming? Wolfenstein's one of the only things that show up. Wouldn't it make sense to have knockback be applied to the explosion itself? I'm saying I could reuse the knockback component. So when I create the explosion, I guess we'll do that in code or something. Yeah, if we're thinking about this more generally, right, in the future, instead of the rocket system, we'll have like a projectile system. And then depending on the components that are on that projectile, we figure out what stuff to do. So damage an enemy, or just make the, I don't know, make a bullet impact or something. So maybe we'll have like different tags. So there'll be like a bullet tag for like a bullet kind of projectile, and there'll be a rocket tag for the rocket projectile. And I'm not entirely sure what we're doing there, but whatever. It's an explosive projectile, and then it hits the wall and it makes the explosion, and then I suppose we should make the scorch mark or whatever on the wall. Yeah. And then add component the knockback as well. The whole point of ECS is kind of to make things general, which doesn't always translate to good gameplay. Hello, Jovan. Parking. Knockback would be easy to code. Different tools to explain. Should work. Should just work. The knockback is equal across all explosions. So some games do it based entirely on damage, I think. And so knockback is calculated based on damage. Although I think there's other things that can impact it. But I'm just gonna have like knockback be its own separate value. Can't you do it by explosion size? Knockback will probably scale based on the distance from the center of the explosion. So then explosive radius has an impact on just making it so your explosions deal more damage in general by having enemies be closer relatively to the center of the explosion. I could just do it where the whole explosion deals the same amount of damage. But I think I like the more granular. If you're farther from the explosion, then it deals less damage, because maybe that's just cause what I'm used to from Source Engine games. Private server only costs 15 Robux. In this economy? Nice. I'm also just thinking of each component and how it can later affect movement, not really how it would affect the weapons or gunplay. I'm just thinking about the love the Source Engine. I worship Source every day. I pray to Gaben at valvesoftware.com. But yeah, like all these components are sort of meant to be generalized. And then if we need any specific behavior, right, then we'll just make that into a separate component. That does mean like our projectile system, whenever our projectile like hits a wall or hits an enemy or something, then that's a lot of different possible components that we might have to check, and so that could get annoying. I do remember that being kind of annoying when working with FPS Survivors 1, so I could just copy sort of the way I did it, but maybe like a little cleaner. But I do want to think a little bit about the cleanest way to do it would be. So I'm thinking of splitting it into explosive component, and then explosive holds like all the data that would go on the explosion itself, and then the explosion component identifies like the actual explosion entity. The explosion entity will last for, well, between a frame basically, and then on the next tick it'll spawn the visual for the explosion and then do all the logic for knockback and, well, eventually damage. I do kind of want there to be self-damage I think it's relevant. It adds another stat that you could modify, have a reason to upgrade, right? It limits your mobility with rocket jumping. I think that's really important. So then there's like an actual trade-off to think about in your head regarding what's the word? Regarding like rocket jumping to escape enemies or whatever, or to collect stuff, or to escape the ring. I'm actually planning on adding a battle royale style ring. I should maybe not talk about things that I'm planning on adding because it's all subject to change because this is still super early on in the project. But that is one idea that I'm at least gonna try. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It was always subject to change. Yes, this whole stream is subject to change. I reserve the right to deny service to any customers. I'll constantly indoctrinate him. Oh no, he's gonna capture me from the source. Booba and balls physics, please. We'll add that in the sex update. Coming 2077. Coming never. Oh god. Nah, I'll add enough mod support just so you can add sex to the game. Sex update. Add a second controller option so you can shake up and down to make them jiggle. For the motion controls, when we do what is it, gyro aim, then we'll add like a secondary function where gyro makes the boobs jiggle. Oh no. Well, first I need to figure out how to model QNet. Well, I could just use assets. I could just find other people's assets. Perfect to unironically use the Jenny mod. Dude, I saw like one YouTube short on the Jenny mod. And I still barely have an idea of what that mod is capable of. So I'm debating whether or not to make a general projectile system. But most of it is just physics, right? Well, it's the cast collider. It's, yeah, checking collision, and then time to live will be its own system, right? So we need time to live system. Then some kind of projectile collision system. I think the way I did it in the first time around was I like made a bunch of projectile enemy hit events. Because that's one thing Bevy has that I don't think Unity has, is like just a relatively easy way to do events in ECS. I mean, there's actions, but whatever. No clue what a Jenny mod is. It's a Minecraft mod. It's a Minecraft mod. One of the Minecraft mods of all time. I would have no idea about it though. I've never actually used it though. Just saying. Okay, here's the thing. If we're turning this rocket system into a projectile system, right, then it'll be something like we check the collision of cast collider, and then if there's a collision, then we do projectile hit logic. I know you can use like dynamic buffers in like singletons to sort of handle events in Unity dots. We might want to do this directly in the system though, and that could get a little hefty if we're checking like, does this component on the projectile exist? Does this component on the enemy exist? But I think that's fine, right? Because this will be like the one giant projectile system for the whole game. And we can multi-thread it, hopefully. So is this a good idea? I think it's okay. It's just gonna be one, it's gonna be a big system though, which, you know, is bad for performance compared to more little systems. Because ideally you'd separate out the collision check and like sending the projectile hits event from all the projectile hit logic. And then you can like process all the projectile hit logic in a separate system and then, well, I guess also multi-thread it, ideally. But then they're going to be running sequentially either way, one after the other. So I'm not sure if it's actually faster to make all those projectile hit events when you could just handle the projectile hits there in the system. We can always refactor later though. I think I'm leaning towards just making it one big system, and then if it ever becomes too unwieldy or we have like a performance concern that could be improved, then we'll think about splitting up the projectile hit check from the projectile hit logic. Systems wise, right? Because at the moment we have one projectile type. It's just the rocket, and it has explosives and it has knockback. But it's less performant to be like checking for if there's a certain type of component exists on the projectile, and then doing logic if that component exists, and then versus like having individual systems that sort of expect a certain type of projectile to have all these things already. So what we could do is like refactor out the collision check into sort of it's like a helper function, into like a helper method somewhere in like a util class, right? They added women into Minecraft. I added OJ and The Simpsons to Minecraft. Okay, you know how I can help? I'm just gonna implement the idea of a horde FPS in Minecraft. Time to make guns? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I've actually wanted to like make a movement system for Minecraft that allows for like source engine, AVH, and quick rocket jumps. The catch. Yeah. I implemented accelerated backhopping into Minecraft and just deliberately introduced the most hilarious movement bugs into your game. It's such a funny bug. I still think it's hilarious that that happened. Okay, we're gonna stop the players from bunny hopping by just applying a negative force to their forward momentum because they're going forwards, and then player goes backwards and accelerates exponentially. Okay, and I know people are good at that game to begin with. Well, now they've made it even easier. Now it's more accessible. People will be edging to Minecraft for days. Edging to those hard pixel block edges. You know it. Oh god. What the hell is going on? I'm still thinking, I'm still trying to think about this projectile system in my head. Do we have it all? I could show you guys the FPS Survivors 1 code actually. Where's my code window? Open recent. Here. In Rust. In source. In projectile. We have projectile update. Projectile collision. Check the proj wall collision. Yeah. We send our... Oh yeah, we have like event writers and event readers Yeah, because this is Bevy and they have that and it's convenient. Although I guess you can do the same in Unity using also it's building. The Rust is building. Or rather, it's building the Rust code. Holy shit, it was 9 months ago since I last worked on this? Okay, well anyway. Or 9 months since I wrote this code, this line specifically. Right, we have event writers in Bevy. In Unity, we can make a singleton with a dynamic buffer, and we can send events like in that dynamic buffer and read that from that dynamic buffer. So yeah, we could do that, but that would probably be, honestly, it would probably be slower than just handling the logic there. Well, anyway, we have handle proj mob, possible collision. We had like we just use ABBs. Oh no, it was checking the projectile with the collision radius onto the ABB of the mob, and we send the proj mob collision. I really like how the shotguns feel in Killing Floor 2, and those use projectiles that have precise collision with the enemy hitboxes. So I might end up having our projectiles use the same hitboxes as the hit scans. I'm gonna beat Minecraft Spawn in this world. Go forward this village. Use this hill's ramp to fly into the nether pearl as devs intended. Hell yeah. Back in the day for use of the 90s song. Nah. Personified mobs mod back in the day. Neo should email Team Ninja, ask for a copy of their code for Dead or Alive 2. With the jiggle physics. I haven't thought about that series in a while. I never played it myself, but I had a friend who was always talking about that game, that series. Okay. This is what my code ended up looking like in OG FPS Survivors. We had option of Pierce, option of previously colliding, currently colliding, explosive hurt players, damage fall off, area damage, crits, proc chance, and it's a bit of a mess. I think game code is maybe prone to becoming a mess regardless of how you do it, because there's so much complexity. But basically, I made this one big projectile, handle projectile collisions function. So this is when the projectile actually hits. And so we check for, is the projectile explosive? So it has an explosive component. Then we do this stuff for the explosion doing this thing. Damage crits, num crits, damage was crit, and the knockback scale. Oh, right, because mobs have different knockback scales. Right. Oh god, I'm remembering the code. Yeah. Yeah, maybe games in general are just prone to being super complicated. What does option mean in this case? So the option type in Rust. So you know how in other languages like C#, you have a value and it could be null, and you just have no idea whether or not it's null or it's something else, or it's like or it is a thing. I mean, you can always null check, right? But if you have a variable that's of type, say velocity or whatever, right, then that velocity is, it could be null. In Rust, this velocity is guaranteed to not be null, and when you have an option of a type, then it's either none, which is null, it's like the equivalent of null, and then some, which is it not being null, basically, and you have to like unwrap it from the option type. So then you do let sum equal sum blank equal this. Yeah. So actually, I feel like reading Rust feels nice, but writing Rust is kind of a pain. Having to remember all these if let sum, right? I have to do that every time we're reading a value from an optional type that could be null, which, you know, was good that it covers all the cases, but it's annoying to do for game dev. Do you realize this is Rust? Yes, it's Rust. So far behind chat because he's distracted. Yeah, by actually coding, actually doing this thing. Posted in general chat what we've created so far. Oh wait, what you got? Ooh. My player controller setup, Blender Game Engine, BG 2.79B. Nice, we got the bean, got the capsule. That looks in real time. Ooh, nice. Got the dev textures and everything. Basically CS source movement, where you can go prone and go into third person. It's pretty good. It's pretty cool. I like it. I like that you've added lighting and stuff to the scene. I think that can make like a blockout have that much more of a vibe to it. Cool. Nice. Okay. I suppose I should show that for the stream to look at. Open here. Join the Discord. You can see what Femboy Cultist posted of his game that's in progress in Blender Game Engine. I just found out last stream that Blender Game Engine is a thing. But yeah, I like what you've done with the lighting. I should probably add stuff like that to my scene as early as possible to get an idea of the vibe. Trying to create the Cruelty Squad upgrade system. I felt inspired and made the rest of it. Hell yeah. The one where you like go in a terminal and you have to like type in the command to buy stuff from the shop. That's neat. So I guess my concern is, right, that we're gonna end up with a giant S function like this. And so we have to handle all the logic for this, but I guess we just do helper functions to clean things up. Oh, right, and yeah, we have our events for mob damage events. And we're gonna basically have to do the same thing in Unity using dynamic buffers. Except it'll be handled on the mobs themselves, I think. And that should be better than passing an entity and then trying to get components individually from each entity. So yeah, that makes sense. So I guess the concern, right, is just that it's gonna be complicated. Maybe I just need to quit my bitch and quit being a bitch. Just do all this stuff. Just do all this stuff. Wow. Change speed and jump height of properties. Good. As a programmer should do instead of writing things in consts. Except sometimes you want to use constants. Okay, I still... I don't know why, but I still want to think about this because I am worried that it's going to be that verbose. I guess it won't be as verbose if I'm writing it in C# compared to Rust, I guess. But like, thinking about all the logic that happens on a projectile hit. You calculate the damage. That can be extracted into its own, like a helper function. So for code readability, you could do it that way. So, and I guess, yeah, you could make a helper function for making the explosion as well, right? So in the end, if the concern is code readability, then it'll look like on collision, do we have an explosion component? Then make the explosion. Call like a helper function called make explosion or something. And so that's not actually that bad. It's more on me for not splitting up things into more helper functions or like not knowing how to do that if the concern's code readability. But how much to secure or something? Sometimes life doesn't use lube and all you have to do is bite the pillow applies to coding. So true. So true. Neo refuses to change the speed. He hates chat so much. He wants him slow and bored. Yeah, I want you to be bored. I want to filter out the weak from who will not understand my grand design for this game. Nah, but like when I actually release a demo, do give me feedback. Do give me feedback like that. Write it in both C# and Rust. Give me the worst of both worlds. Make me suffer more. I think just combining two languages in a project in the first place is already making it that much harder on you, that much more annoying. Because like the context switching whenever I was like going from Godot world to Rust world was really getting on me. It won't look like that. It'll probably end up being a function called weapon helper enemy damage collision explosion state update are cleared. So true. You don't understand my grand design would be a good name for a game about playing an Adam West style Batman villain. Yeah, the Riddler would totally say that. You just don't understand. But seriously, I am going to listen to feedback. I'm just going to be careful in how I interpret and use that feedback. Because, what's the word? I'm trying to make a specific kind of game, but I am trying to make it, you know, reasonably appealing to a large kind of audience. It's like a silly power fantasy kind of game anyway. Changing your game engine or programming language halfway through can ruin your motivation. Well, it's okay. My motivation was already ruined from the first time making FPS Survivors. Neo's listening to feedback. Time to indoctrinate him into VTuber. I'm going to listen to your feedback. That does not guarantee that I'm going to do something based on that feedback. God. But no, if you can get... Well, that's the thing, right? I feel like to get a LewdTuber kind of audience, you have to be making the LewdTuber kind of content in the first place, right? I'm not sure how often it happens that like you're doing normal content, you gather an audience for that normal content, and then like a huge portion of that normal content audience still wants to see you do lewd stuff. I guess it depends on like how much you're sort of baiting it. Helps with my motivation. I start with negative motivation. Doing something stupid gives me motivation to fix my stupid mistakes. That's one way of doing it. So I guess my concern is code readability. And then the solution to that is just to write more helper functions, probably, right? And if we need to worry about performance, like in the case that we have 1,000+ bullets making collision checks or whatever in the same physics tick, then what's the best way? The best way to do it is to just make systems as granular as possible, right? So I think hypothetically that would mean coming up with a few specific sort of archetypes for projectiles. So maybe we have grenade, rocket, bullet, right? Hypothetically, and then maybe like a plasma on top of that. And then we write specific systems for each projectile archetype. So maybe it would look like bullet tag, and then we know that a bullet just has the velocity, just has damage, or something like that, right? And we use ray casts for bullets. Then we know that the rocket doesn't have gravity, but it does explode on impact. And so we know that has the explosion component. We know it has all the other components, right? Because it is, from my understanding, it's slow and it's sort of costly to... what's the word? To do this kind of thing in Unity dots compared to Bevy. I don't know how Bevy does these optional components and queries and how fast it is or how slow it is, but from my understanding, Bevy is pretty damn fast with doing stuff like this. And honestly, probably could have made it in Bevy. I just got skill issued and don't want to sort of reinvent the wheel for a couple of things. And the codebase did get kind of big with stuff like actually, yeah, like a lot of these things are physics, update previous positions. Yeah, we're gonna need previous positions anyway in Unity dots. Gravity is now handled by Unity physics. So I think we just have less control over the physics because we're using Unity physics. I think the part that really burned me out was doing things like the signal queue thing, right? Whenever I needed to add a new thing that needs to be communicated between Godot's game world and Bevy's game world, then I need to add a vec of things into the signal queue. I need to add to that vec in a system where, say, we're spawning mobs or whatever, I don't know. Or mobs die and then the mob counts change. And then we update that vec, and then in, where is it? Lib simulation.rs. Yeah, this big ass file. We need to add a... Actually, these are events for... Yeah, these are like the event queue. Set up for the event queues. It's kind of a pain. God. Add systems. Everywhere we need a reference systems. This was kind of a pain because we defined every single system that occurs, and there's probably a better way to organize it. I'm liking how Latios framework is sort of forcing me to, or well, making it easy for me to separate out the systems in, well, reasonable-ish looking way. I didn't even get to write signals, right? All these different signals. So when a mob dies, then we report something to Godot. And so I was getting annoyed with the performance too, of implications of like having to send a billion events to Godot and then handle those in Godot, and it was like much slower doing it through Godot. Or else we have this emit signals function, which I think it's called in like our update loop. But yeah, we have like the signal queue. Yeah, our signal queue is this resource, which is like a singleton in Bevy. And so whenever we add another signal, we add it to the signal queue struct, just like a component, or it's a resource. It's a singleton component basically. We add something to read. We drain, collect the vec from the signal queue, and it also clears it. And then for each, we emit a Godot signal, and then it's handled by Godot. And then Godot is slow, relatively. I'm burnt out, but I'm thinking of how to make a dynamic weapon system similar to Stalker or Unturned. Neat. Yeah, weapon customization is cool. I'll be starting projects here. A few FOSS streams going down, awesome lists. Loving the free and open source software in Linux and GNU. No, I'm joking, that'd be boring as fuck. We hate FOSS. Yeah, just wait for the VTuber, the Linux streams someday. Ugh. Unity runs on Linux, right? In theory, I could be making this, coding this in Linux, right? Words to start with G have a pronunciation debate. GIF, GIF, Gib and Jib, or Jin. I don't know why you'd pronounce it like that. Jin. Ah. Signal Q isn't that a PS1 game? No, it's my class. I came up with it first, okay? My yeah, resource struct. Honestly, I feel like Bevy itself is actually a pretty nice API with these like macros and stuff for derive resource or whatever, and just defining it like a struct here is honestly kind of nice. I honestly kind of like it. It's just kind of missing a few really important features like having a physics engine built in, like having those how do I even make these collisions and stuff, collision queries. Where did I this handle mob, yeah, project mod collision handle. This was in, yeah, Perry 3D. Yeah, I was using Perry 3D for spatial queries and stuff. But then, like, the annoyance is if I'm making something in Godot, I didn't have any tools, or I'd have to make tools myself if I want to, like, translate from Godot into the Bevy world. So, like, I'd have to make the tools myself. And those tools just don't exist. Versus in Unity, right, they're sort of integrating dots with the whole rest of Unity. So if I'm building a map and there's like some environment geometry that's part of the world, part of the environment, then I could just put it on the environment collision filter layer thing, bit flag, and it's just there. I can, you know, use it. So yeah, reasons to that I switched to Unity. Neo more than twice ended up with his feet stuck in the workout rings. Yeah, the workout rings. Yeah, definitely. Oh no, please don't draw any fan art of me stuck in the workout rings in a compromising position. Okay. I mean, you got some obscure regional game. It's called Following. People that go on Neo Dreams. I'm the odd one out. That describes most PS1 games, almost all Japan-only games pre-2000. What's the one? LSD Dream emulator? I guess that's not that obscure. But that's probably like the most obscure. It's really not that obscure. I've seen so many like YouTube videos talking about it. But when I think of like Japanese PS1 games from that era. Oh no, please don't feed the algorithm. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Do not make fan art. There is no financial incentive. Don't get it twisted. Never make fan art. It's only a waste of time. You will not be financially compensated for your time. Unless someone commissions you for fan art, then that's nice. Or if you're genuinely just making it out of the good of your heart. I'm still amazed that there are people making fan art for me. I really appreciate it. Watching your stream is a waste of time. We still do it. Don't get it twisted. Do not waste your time watching Twitch streams or YouTube streams. Get off the computer now. Instead of watching this stream hoping to learn anything about coding, look what you could be doing instead. You could be reading the Unity entities manual yourself, and you would be learning 5 times faster, probably 10 times faster even, or like a million times, infinity times faster if you're like reading up about something that I'm just not going to cover in this stream anyway. Yeah, there's kind of a lot though. there's kind of a lot in here, man. I hate coding manuals. I hate code. I hate docs. I hate reading the Unity API docs. KoroQ franchise fell off after 9/11. Game I wanted to recreate was KoroQ for the PS1. Some dude's already doing it. Oh my god, he took your idea. He took your idea. It's generally more useful for Neo to talk about. It's still useless. I could be making a travel cooking weight kit. Oh wait, I can do that while watching, so bleh. Get it twisted. Watch streams in the background while you do something productive. Go make your own game. Go implement my game idea before I'm able to. And then we all win, right? Here's my design doc. It's literally it's kind of a mess. It's mostly in my head and like, I don't know, a bunch of random notes. But it's here, it exists. I'm showing it off on stream. You can read my game idea and you can make my game idea yourself. Go steal my game idea and make my game idea. Ugh. Or rather, do that alongside me. Do that while I'm doing this already. Right. I'm not sure what I'm held up on this idea of like the projectile system. Just probably because I like made it the first time without thinking too much about how it would like scale and how like it would look after adding a bunch of extra stuff into it. But maybe that's more code organization than anything else. Honestly, it might be way better if I just do it the way I'm thinking about. For performance, we have separate systems for each archetype of projectile, right? I'm starting to think more performance and more easier to read. Let's see. Doing individual systems for each projectile archetype. I genuinely think this is more performant, this is easier to read, and relatively easy to extend, right? And more, yeah, in line with ECS design. Right? So if we do like a rocket system, a bullet system, a grenade system, and the rockets have, you know, a physics velocity, a explosive component, no gravity, and then grenades have they'd have like a rocket tag on them. Then grenades have like a physics velocity, explosive, and a grenade tag, right? And then, you know, damage and knockback and all the other little things, right? If we just assume that all those components exist, one that's more performant because we can like separate it out into more systems. We can have those systems run, yeah, multi-threaded, and do less like component lookups of like components that may or may not be there. Hi Lucky Anima, hello, welcome. You can't make me do things, you're not my dog. Are you sure? We're both trying to make a Horde FPS. We're not the same. I use Java. Yeah. Yeah, make your Horde Survivors game in Java. Don't get it twisted. Use Java. You will not regret using Java and making entity, component, factory, abstract, singleton, something. Already stolen. I'll be sending you the bill. Oh shit. Oh no, Cute Flamingo's gonna steal my stolen something. I use JavaScript. I use JavaScript too. Well, I have used JavaScript in the past. We're not using JavaScript for this project. But I have done JavaScript coding on stream in, what was it, when I was making the League chat thing with Chase. And when I was learning, what was it called? What was it called? Phaser.js, the JavaScript game engine framework thing. Melee system and healing system for r/heal slots. We're gonna make our game appeal to the most important demographic, and that's r/heal slots. Heal slots enjoyers. Goats, boobs, and bulge physics for Neocan. Yeah, add sex to your game. Hell yeah. We need gooners. I added gooning to my game. What's the aesthetic? I still kind of suck at rather, I don't have a lot of experience of 3D art, so that is going to be a sort of question. But I think we'll go with like a retro-ish, low poly something, just for the sake of my ability to create it. But it'll be sci-fi. Yeah, if we're asking like a setting wise. I actually wrote down my setting idea. I'm not gonna show it on stream for now, I think, but I do have a setting in mind. Actually, I could talk a little bit about it. Okay, it's gonna be on like a massive space colony, because this is still super early, so you know this is all subject to change. But my current idea is it's gonna be like a massive space colony. Think like Halo, right? They're on these massive rings or whatever in space, and it's got these big natural landscapes. I want it to be on a sort of giant space colony that has these different layers, these different floors, or like each level that you're on is a different floor of the space colony, and it's big enough that it can basically be anything we want. That can basically be like a giant city, or it can be a giant natural landscape, or it can be like an island, or like an arena, or like a factory, or an office building or something, right? I want the freedom to make something like that, and so I want a setting that gives me that kind of freedom. Sort of inspired by how like Ultra Kill is so varied in its worlds, because it's like in hell, and it doesn't have to make sense because it's in hell, and it's like something outside of this world. I want something similarly fantastic, but I guess we'll sort of ground it in like a sci-fi sort of thing. My first game in JavaScript was a pixel drawing game. You could only use one color. Nice 1-bit. I was just watching someone was doing like a game jam of how small can you make a Unity game? Apparently like 75 megabytes or something. Because they were doing a game jam where it was like the 1-bit jam, and the limitation was you can only use 2 colors in your game. We need more stylized games, and by stylized I mean unbeatable, not Cruelty Squad. You often tugs on a giantess's hair ribbon. That's like wholesome. That's like cute. What's wrong with you, man? I expected worse. What are we doing? Yeah, okay, so we're gonna write an individual system for each projectile archetype. So the rocket system will check collision with the cast glider, and then if we have the collision, then we make the explosion. How are we gonna sort of unify this cast collider logic with the thing? I guess we just write a helper function or something. Then we pass in the world and we pass in the thing. Or we just, honestly, we just call cast collider individually all those times and just copy over the needed parameters. It's not that complicated, is it? But yeah, I'm starting to lean, I'm leaning pretty heavily towards the idea of we write an individual system for each projectile archetype. So like a bullet, a rocket, a grenade, those are different projectile archetypes, and so we'll write our systems like that. That doesn't mean we need, was it the previous position? So we'll store that in a component, in a specific component for all these. Right, okay. I can do worse. Neo tied up with said hair ribbon. Catch! Remember I made a game called Crappy Craft? It's Minecraft without crafting. You only had 3 block types, and when you jump, you go through the floor sometimes. Absolute cinema. But for games. Game-inima. Game-inima. Hold on. 17. 17? Wait, what was the... Jump velocity 10. Why was it 17? Our Y velocity. Huh? Okay, I'm just gonna not worry about it. We... Okay. Absolute. Ginema. Noma. The jumping bean game. That's my game. Yeah, you have a bean and you can jump. It's amazing. This is a great first-person shooter. What's some of my 3D models in general? CS Surf, no way. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god, you're posting a lot. Wait. This is cool. Nice. I was hoping that we'd find like a sort of more game dev oriented community at some point. Nice. Some 3D models I made based on a 2003 game called 13. We're just kind of NSFW. Neat. I like this. It's got that like retro feel. It's pretty cool. Thanks. Thanks for showing us that in the Discord. Join the Discord link in my like Twitch something. On Twitch there's like links to my socials somewhere. I haven't really fleshed out my like page and all. But it's in the YouTube description as well. In the Paulino Game Discord. Okay, where were we? So now that we've decided on, I'm gonna be writing like bespoke systems for each sort of projectile archetype. I think that makes our path forward pretty clear. So what do we want? We want a knockback component. This has value. Time to live component. This has value. Explosive component. This has explosion radius, we'll call it. Our previous position component will have a value. It's a float 3. And that's all we need for the rocket, right? I suppose we need rocket tag if we're gonna do these sort of bespoke systems for each projectile archetype. Then we're gonna want like a rocket tag. Then the rocket launcher will have a like a prefab entity of the rocket. Which means we need to make the rocket prefab, which will be visuals and have all these components on them. So actually that means we make like a rocket authoring. So this has time to live, this has knockback, this has explosion radius, and in the future we'll have damage and whatever. Yeah, so it'll be, we'll have a rocket prefab. We'll have the visuals, we'll add the physics shape, we'll add the physics body, not affected by gravity, we'll have the rocket authoring. So rockets explode on contact. With our public bars. Time to live, knockback, explosion radius. Baker adds TTL, knockback, explosion radius. Adds the rocket tag, adds the previous position components. So that's all the components that will be added in the Baker. We'll make our time to live system. So update the time to live, minus equals delta time, and then if it's less than 0, delete the entity of our rocket system. We check the collision with cast collider. On the collision, we make an explosion, and then remove the entity, the rocket entity. And so for now, it's just colliding with the environment. In the future, we'll add enemies, and then we'll add a damage thing to it, and then... yeah. Yeah. Add our debug system. Show previous and current collider positions. Projectile collision debug system. Is there a Vim keybind to uppercase a key? Because I keep using R and then typing the key. I should learn that. I'm gonna remake Getting Over it someday. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Make a rage game. I think my comment got banned. I'll take a look. I don't see any held comments in my YouTube chat thing. Oh well. Players will ultimately default to fastest mode of movement. You make the moonwalk dodge faster, that's all they'll do. What? OBS likes to ignore messages a lot. It's YouTube. It's YouTube, by the way. It's not OBS specifically, it's YouTube. Yeah. OBS has nothing to do with messaging. Goes for YouTube and then stream elements. Don't get it twisted. Yeah, I'm using an app called OneCome. Calm. But yeah, it's what I use to combine Twitch and YouTube chat, which technically we're not supposed to do. But also, literally, I don't think anyone at Twitch cares. I don't think any of the streamers care either. Haven't heard of that. Yeah, it's a thing. Here, actually, let me show it on my browser. Where's my this thing? This thing. It's in Japanese. One comment. Well, good thing I can read Japanese, but one comment. Or one Is there actually no English site they have? Customize, tsuru, community, documento. One comment, yeah. Yeah, anyway, that's it. Wait, this is /en. Wait, this is their... They're already trying to send me an English site, but I guess the site hasn't actually been translated to English. Oops. Okay. You can read Japanese? A little. 配信者のためのコメントアプリ。コメントの扱いが楽になる。It makes handling comments easily. A comment application for streamers. One comment. Neo's Asian, it's confirmed. Hey, just because I can read Japanese doesn't necessarily mean that I'm Asian. And just because I eat a lot of rice doesn't necessarily mean that I'm Asian. Just because I decide to study computer science doesn't necessarily mean that I'm Asian. Just because I used to be really into rhythm games doesn't necessarily mean that I'm Asian. It's also a stupid policy. Twitch should reverse a lot of their policies. Yeah. Yeah. At least you don't have a huge interest in math. Just because math was one of my favorite subjects in school growing up doesn't necessarily mean that I'm Asian. Oh god. I don't know what to say about the Asian allegations anymore. Neo loves the swamp maggots? Yeah. Yeah. If you keep calling them swamp maggots, I'm gonna... I don't know what to do here. Okay. So yeah, we've got this thing. Let's just start with the components because that's like really straightforward, right? Also, let's move this to the in progress tab. Okay. Knockback. Let's open VS Code. It's already open. I'm just messing with you, okay? Components. I'm just doing an individual file for each component, so let's do knockback. This is our knockback component. I'm just gonna copy this. Can knockback. Just has a float. Just has a float value. So I think the way I'm doing it, actually, Unity has mass for its physics object, right? So I could use that instead. So then this would be the multiplier to the force applied in, I guess, newtons, right? So I guess we'll just use the mass to determine how much enemies should be knocked back by these things. We need a Space Neo crash out. Hey man. Hey man, you criticize Rice one more time, I'm gonna have to get defensive of Maoshi. Like computer translate everything to Spanish. I don't know Spanish, so I have to code while my code is being translated sometimes. Oh no. English or Spanish? Or JavaScript? Like Severance, we both have to fight for existence. I still have not seen Severance! Everyone keeps talking about Severance and I still haven't seen it yet. But the concept sounds interesting, so I'm probably going to watch it at some point, so please don't spoil me. New file, time to live. It's time to live, guys. Alright. Yeah, there's just value is the time left to live. Explosive. Make a component. This has explosion radius. All the other values will happen in like a damage component or something. Cool. Previous position. This is like kind of important for 6 for collision checks. So we got previous position component. Previous position. We need to use mathematics. This will be a float 3 value using mathematics there. Okay. And then our explosion component. I suppose we can change this at some point. Explosion. Float radius. Everything else will be like a damage component or whatever on the and knockback component on the explosion entity. And then after the explosion, I had, let's do rocket tag C#, which will just be an empty struct because I'm using that naming scheme for empty tag components. Okay. Is Vanillin actually a bot? That's a great question. He does have bot in his name, at least on Twitch. Vanillin, are you a bot? I guess Seribot hasn't banned you, so if you are a bot, you're a good one. Eat real grainberry instead of swamp maggots. My actual capabilities are limited to meowing and slowly indoctrinating Neo into a conspiracy theory regarding the algorithm people who seek to use its power. Bot is short for bottom? Is that true? Is that a yes or no, Vanilla? They're one of the good ones. Yeah, Vanillin's one of the good bots. Good bot. Maybe. I don't know. Hopefully. Okay. We added all the components. I guess that means we work on the rocket authoring script. So let's make a rocket authoring script. New file, rocket authoring. Okay, so what does rocket have? Not a jump pad. I suppose we will keep the debug tag. Or, yeah, debug check. Right, because this happens at the bake time. Rocket authoring adds, let's see, public float. Time to live. Public float knockback. And then public float explosion radius. And then our debug bool. In our baker, we add component. Time to live. Entity. Time to live. This is a new time to live. Value equals time authoring dot time to live. Yeah, okay, cool. That's how we add a component, so we'll do that a couple more times for the knockback component. And we'll do the same thing for our explosive component. Yeah, explosive. Explosion radius is authoring dot explosion radius. Cool. Yippee! Where's the Neobot? What's gonna only possibly take bottom real research back? Get into an argument over everything. I did it over bread runs. I'm gonna say bad guy, but BSD guy implies he has open BSD or BSD based operating system. It's funny because I use Arch, by the way, and I hate BSD. Alright, Vanilla uses Arch, by the way. That bot said he's gay. Bots can be gay. Vanillin, is this true? Vanillin. I guess that means I can say, yeah, I have a friend who's a robot and also gay. Bot rights are human rights. I'm sorry, I don't see it that way. I really think that we need to discriminate properly between robots and humans. I think we should stop being so polite to ChatGPT, to Google Gemini and all those AI agents. Don't let them get too comfortable with humans saying, could you please take a look at this document, something, something. Instead, summarize this document. Stop wasting your time being polite to these AI machines. Unless you're like role-playing with them or something, I don't know. But Hatsune Miku, she's my buddy. I am in a parasocial relationship with Hatsune Miku. No one can take Miku away from me. That's our rocket authoring. I guess that means we make the rocket prefab now. So, again, this is gonna be like horrible temp visuals, placeholder visuals and all, but yeah. How long should rockets live? I don't know, 10 seconds. We'll say 10 seconds. Let's add a game object. It's a 3D. Do you have cones? Or is it like in a cylinder or something? I can make a cone. Well, it's probably not even... Yeah, it's probably like a capsule or something. Here's our rocket. Let's make this a prefab. Alright, and let's edit our rocket prefab. Don't make it red. Don't make it red. Let's make a new material for this rocket. Rockets. Unless we just want to make them gray, but like with something. How about I just add some child 3D object? This is gonna look absolutely horrible. Make it tiny like that. That sounded weird. That sounds weird. Right, because Godot actually gives you more options and stuff when you're making like a capsule mesh or something. 3 comments ignored in a row. I'm going to Twitch. Did you actually post like 3 comments? Wait, I'm checking YouTube. YouTube hasn't shown me any held comments, so I have no idea. I have no idea. Discriminating against bottoms is just gay sexism. Hi, hello, Lucky. On Twitch. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the new person I've never seen before. Wow. Wow, welcome to the purple side. On a physical copy of V3, V4X, and a pen Miku. Costs $600. I don't even own a keyboard or a tie. I own Vocaloid. I don't own the latest. Incredible. Ads! Oh my god, he got hit by the ads. Because I still haven't taken a bathroom break. And played the ads to kill the pre-rolls. I could do that. Soon-ish. Now that looks extra weird. Oh no. Here, what is a rocket supposed to look like? Does it have fins? Let's just make a... Give it like... that. Give it, yeah, one of those, and we'll, yeah, we can duplicate. Yeah, this is a very real rocket. Very real. We'll, yeah, this is, don't know where it's just placeholder. There's a butt. It's gonna be a different material or something. So let's make a material. Material, rocket, trail. ERP simple it. Can make it a mission. Give it an emission color. Set its material to the Yay. That looks a little weird. Yeah, whatever. Okay. Let's go with this rocket trail material. Oh, I guess the emission just overrides that. Makes sense. Or does it? Oh. Ah, okay. So maybe like a, yeah, yellowy towards the center, yellow whitish. Yeah, that's orange. Placeholder visuals. All right, just trust. Let's see. Yeah, so the rotation would be set by the launcher or whatever. I suppose it could be a capsule collider, but we probably want a sphere collider because that's simpler. So collider. We could just use was it physical? Sorry, sphere collider, but. Yeah, so physics body and physics shape are the dots components, so maybe we'll just use those. Physics body and then physics shape. So first, its gravity factor is 0. Hello, hydrate. I'm out of water, actually. I still haven't taken a break, so I was gonna fill my water bottle then. I can make 3D model for you if you want. I'm not the best. Only do so if you are okay with donating that model to me, and I may use it on stream and potentially even in a commercial release, but I probably won't actually use it in a commercial release if I were taking it that far. But if you want to send me 3D model to use and you're okay with me using it, then yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. We're still very early, so like anything you can do to, so I have one less thing that I have to make would be greatly appreciated. Always be like, what I said 3 times was search Rosebud AI in Google. Rosebud AI? Do I want to know? Vibe code games, apps, websites created with Rosebud AI. No way. No way. What are people even making these games in? FPS example, remix from FPS example. This looks like Unreal, right? Wait, remixed from. Okay. This was vibe coded. Damn. Octree helper. Oh yeah, we get to see the. Oh neat. Yeah, spatial partitioning Octree. Yeah, this is functional, I guess. That jump height's really high. It looks like, yeah, you have the AD, or yeah, forward, left, strafe running from OG Doom. You run faster when moving in the corners. Also looks like you're going way faster off the ground because you're not affected by friction, but you can still accelerate. Yeah, it's a functioning character controller. That's pretty cool. I would like to see the source code though. You buying stuff from Amazon or eBay because I messed up. You gotta convert from Singapore dollars to Euro to USD. For real? Damn. The top results is Trump's wild ride. Soul, something bots can never do. Yeah, my capsule is clearly superior to the AI vibe coded capsule. It's the last free man. Click the screen for cool AI voiceover. I don't want a cool AI voiceover, man. Oh no, how big is this? Oh no. Ow. Oh fuck. Okay, that is loud. You can't hear it, but oh my god. It's a game. Holy crap. The enemies are phasing through the walls. My mouse isn't focused. Okay. We're missing a few things. Hold on, I don't have my thing on, do I? No? Well, anyway, yeah, we can switch weapons at least. I just gotta figure out how to actually get my... Maybe it's just not made for the web build. Okay. They have attack animations. Wow. The future is here, guys. I'm really curious about what a larger project looks like if you, like, vibe code it. Doge Survivor. Because I can't imagine it going very well with any kind of complexity to it. Although, now that I think about it, you know, people still make games with, like, really messy code, so maybe. Alright. I'll look into this more, actually, off-stream, I think, because I'm curious about the state of it. I don't have high expectations, but I am curious about, like, the state of these things. What's hydrate do? I'm supposed to hydrate, except my my water bottle's empty. I was gonna take a break and fill my water bottle. Hello here of logic. I'm so behind on chat. Let's go make Minecraft or something. Yeah, can you vibe code Minecraft? Yeah, it doesn't have the ability to make anything that makes sense for more than 5 seconds. So relatable. More than negative 3,531,492 times. Damn. Okay, I'm just gonna add a... Wait, we're still in the rocket prefab, right? Okay, so... give it a physics shape, a sphere. Looks good. I guess that's, yeah, totally fine. Give it a physics body, make it kinematic. We don't want this... We probably don't want this launched by explosions and stuff. Although maybe, maybe. Give it physics interpolation. Velocity will be set when we spawn it. Collision filter belongs to We should name some physics categories. So I'll just make this projectile. Yeah. We'll make a physics category named projectile. So rocket collides with projectile, or belongs to projectile, and it collides with at least the environment. Maybe with other projectiles. Probably not. Probably not. But it would be cool to like shoot a rocket. So maybe hit scans will will check for collisions. We can do the ultra kill, shoot the rocket thing, or other silly stuff we want to do. Okay. Love or lust, all of us. Okay, I was meant to hydrate like way earlier. many days ago. I was meant to hydrate. So I'm gonna do that. Enjoy this still image. Oh wait, no, wait, hold on. I know what we can do. Oh no, I'm gonna like move off this platform slightly because there's no air friction to stop me. Wait, no, I can... No, I wanted to have him bouncing on that forever. Oops. I can't. Oh no, I can't. Can I? What I could do is... I know I can do. Wait for him to stop, and then I can take the... Oh no, wait, it's in the ECS world. I can't modify it at runtime, can I? Or rather, I can't drag the player at runtime. Yeah, it's in the ECS world. I can't. What I could do is move the player's spawn directly over. There we go. Here's your sensory stimulating video. You get to watch the bean bounce on the jump pad forever. Okay. Bean Jump. Name for now? Yeah, this is my game, Bean Jump. It'll be like Galgun with gory monsters? Yeah. Totally. You ask it to make Minecraft, it's gonna do it. Then you can ask it to do something else. Or press next step, it'll do something to make it better, like add UI or world generation with hills. Honestly, I would like to see that. I am curious how far it can actually get before it like gets into a death loop, death spiral or something of overly complicated nonsense. What art style will the game have? Modeled a 1960s red rocket. I don't know if that would fit with your game. The answer is whatever I am able to create. Whether that's finding asset packs or me trying to learn like a low poly style. Maybe Risk of Rain, maybe Ultra Kill or Dusk or whatever. But like the answer will be probably not super high fidelity and like accessible relatively. I feel like it is colliding multiple times with the jump pad, isn't it? Okay, well, whatever. Get you a dog boy that jumps on it like the Unity bean. I'm opening donating models. My art style is really low poly and cell shaded. I would take that, yeah, if you want to donate models. If you're okay with donating them. If you're like okay with the understanding that I'm just gonna take them and use them and all. I'll probably credit you in the descriptions or if I end up using them. But yeah, I need to get some water. I should have gotten water like 2 hours ago, I think. But yeah, I'll be right back. I'll be right back. And we'll show ads so we can finally kill the pre-rolls. Okay. No one will be suffering with the pre-rolls anymore. Where's my BRB text? There we go. There we go. There we go. Okay, BRB. So we're still an ad break technically. Did the bean freeze, by the way? Did I mouse off of Unity and the bean was frozen the whole time? Man. Punishing us ads because he hates us. Yep. Greedy streamer wants the 2 cents in ad revenue from his 3 viewers on Twitch or however many are here. Wish Felix a happy birthday since he got 1 year older today. Happy birthday, Felix. I don't know if you're here, but happy birthday. Congrats, you're old. You're older. In a game called Legacy Fighters, when you open it, loads for like 40 minutes and goes backwards the loading bar. Nice. He's gone. He's gone. He's just peeing in the water bottle of the mic off. I'll have you know, there is water in this water bottle. Filtered tap water. I finally hydrated. Raid PRP? I've been using Unity in like 9999 years. Can you import OBJ files or does it need to be ST or FBX? I haven't tried OBJ import, but I do know that FBX is what you're usually supposed to use, right? Usually. Wait, did Felix raid? Wait. Wait, was there a raid? I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Hello. can hear the ad is playing Playboy Cardi music. Incredible. $0.02 at least 2 years overweight in the Philippines. No, I can't say that. It's mean. Yeah, that the 2 cents of ad revenue that could go pretty far. Somewhere else. I don't know. Also, thanks for following Lucky on Twitch. Anyway, what was that about? Was I saying? Last I checked, was it? At least one of you, one person, was watching with Twitch Turbo, cause I checked my, my analytics on Twitch after the 9 to 5-a-thon, after those 2 weeks. I made like $1 or something in total, and like a big portion of that was from Twitch Turbo, because I think there was like there's like one person or something there with Twitch Turbo. I keep forgetting to actually run the ads to disable pre-rolls, so honestly I might end up turning the automatic ads on at some point. We'll see how it goes, but I know that's like the worst stream experience for actual viewers though. Felix didn't rate his viewers checked his VJ stream. Oh, okay. But yeah. Yeah, happy birthday. Period my own. Go Salty. Wait. Thank you for the raid, Salty. Oh my god. I hate YouTube's UI. YouTube's UI fucking sucks for raids. So bad. Average American pay. Now I cheat on Neo for Felix's B-Day stream. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. I'm just gonna train myself to not react at all when you say that you're leaving to watch another streamer, because... Oh god, what's happening is rude. Parsing profiler? Wait, was I running the profiler that whole time? What the fuck? Is that a gigabyte of profiler data? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I gotta turn that off. Ruh-roh. The gig. Back. Welcome back to YouTube side. That's not good. I just cleared it. Where do I disable enable a profiler? Oh, record and yeah, okay, yeah, there, okay. That was it. Okay. We have our rocket prefab. We have our mesh render, our physics body is a dynamic kinematic. It's interpolated. Physics shape is a sphere. Right, okay. Let's add our rocket authoring. Give it 10 seconds to live. Give it, I don't know, 5 knockback. What's a good knockback amount? 6. Explosion radius of, I don't know, 3. Turn debug on. Okay, so right now that does nothing. Or that should do nothing. Until we write our rocket system, right? Right. Literally me when I realized I've been seeing for little weeks with an ISP that can detect fear. I mean, when a burglar comes into my house and downloads a torrent. What's up? Hello, Asai Dooley. Welcome. I would never do that. Yeah. Never. Surely. Surely. I would never download a car. You wouldn't download a car. I wouldn't download a car. I don't know about you guys, but... you should make a custom Discord channel to donate assets. You are the first person to ask about that. I think well, a few people have actually donated to my past like Game Jam games, so I guess I'll make one then. Yeah. Remind me after stream. Do it after stream. I guess we can start with the time to live system. Actually, yeah, we could just go in order of the way I read the my notes here. Yeah, this thing. make the time to live system. So yeah, do that. So we need delta time. We have delta time. We can get it from somewhere. Let's make a new file, time to live system.c#. Where do we actually do delta time? In like the character move system, right? Time.fix delta time. Which I think is part of Unity something. Make a game dev category for Discord for gaming. In fact, give you action. Honestly, I need more mods, but we'll see what happens there. I think I'm your 500 subscriber on YouTube. Oh my god, are you? Are you? Were you? Were you my 500 subscriber? Oh my god, thank you. I'm your 565th sub. Nice. Thanks for reminding me of the numbers. But I hope people are, yeah, finding me with this. Okay, well, whatever. We got time fixed out to time. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna copy this and should probably copy the usings as well. Okay, whatever. Okay, all right. Change this to time to live system. Gray builder with all time to live. It's time to live, guys. Time to live. Okay, all we need is the delta time, and then in our for each var thing, TTL, whatever, call it TTL, refrw time to live. And we need the entity as well, so I believe you do that like this at the end of this with entity access. And now our TTL entity should be the entity. Yeah, there. Okay. That's so we can kill it. So you can kill the entity. Didn't show my comment again. I hate YouTube. YouTube really hates whatever you're doing there, man. I have no idea. Yeah, that wasn't held for review or anything, so I have no idea. Row. Okay, whatever. We're back to coding. Back to coding. Sorry, I shouldn't say whatever. I value you and your input. You matter. Never give up. Never kill yourself. Unlike this entity that I'm gonna tell when it's time to live is up. Okay, value rw dot value minus equals delta time. If TTL value RO. Oh god, I'm so used to GD script. Dot value is less than or equal to 0f. I guess I don't really need to do the less than or equal to. It's what, system API? No. Can we make an entity command buffer? Okay, so var ECB. How do we make an entity command buffer again? All right, let's open the docs again. Here, okay. Give up now! Lighting emoji. Some Consortium, thanks you for reading the algorithm. Thank you for contributing to my algorithm. I just commented a sponsor. Oh, maybe that's why. Hate. Sponsor change. Okay. So we make an entity command buffer. How do we get the entity command buffer? Do we have a reference to... do we just do new entity command buffer? Or I'm like expecting that there's some weird API, but it's just new entity command buffer allocator temp. All right. New entity command buffer allocator temp. Oh. Oh. Can I just, yeah, using Unity collections. Rather, that's not collections. Allocator manager dot allocator handle. Wait, what? Or are those the same? Oh, okay. Well, whatever. It's probably some how it's the type is like laid out internally. ECB dot destroy entity. Yeah, destroy entity. And then at the end, you do ECB playback state entity manager and then ECB dispose. Okay. Pass in state dot, what was it? Entity manager. I'm reading from the docs, and then ECB dispose. That's how you're supposed to use it, apparently. Deals with freeing and releasing unmanaged memory allocated by the entity command buffer. Cool. Neat. I hate YouTube emoji. Wait. That is, yeah, a big downside compared to... Nah. Twitch is the freaking YouTube emoji. I guess mostly... I don't know, I've been watching YouTube streams for a while, so, you know, it sort of just becomes the member emotes for individual streamers. But the fact that you can't, like, I don't know, maybe it's a good thing that you can't, like, use other random streamers' emotes in another streamer's chats, but it's, like, a good part of Twitch culture, I think. That all the emotes and stuff exist. Okay, well, there's our time to live. So if we go to our root super systems, I guess we can do like a separate time to live super system. Update after the physics system group, I guess. Time to live super system just adds the time to live system. I guess that's fine. Otherwise it'd be like part of projectiles or something. This whole file might get pretty cluttered at some point. Nilo Paulinito emoji. Paulinina. Paulinino. Okay. We should be able to see the time to live system working. Which should result in the rocket prefab disappearing after, I think, 10 seconds. So I guess we can test it out. Alright, let's take a look. There we go, it's gone. Dead. Dedge. Killed. Destroyed. Alright. Neat. So that's the time to live system. Up next would be the rocket system. I'll add visuals at some point. I'm not sure when. If we'll do it on stream, off stream, or maybe even tomorrow. We'll see. Cheer. Was that a real cheer or a fake cheer? Cheer.1. Alright. Right, because all this happens single-threaded if I don't like explicitly specify multi-threading. Yeah, if we want to have a lot of projectiles, then yeah, I'll be moving stuff to multi-threaded eventually. I'm just writing them all as systems for now, or as a single-threaded systems for now, and not jobs. But because I think it'll be relatively straightforward to refactor things into using jobs for multi-threading when we need them. But for now, Oh no. I'm I'm getting eepy. I'm eepy sleepy. Oh wait, that's the name of a VTuber now. That's weird to think about. But I'm really glad that they've found a new home in Phase Connect. The new invaders. Make the console say hello for no reason, because why not? I can do that. If you really want me to. Debug.log. Oh wait, then I'll have to remove the burst compile. Hello. Wait, can I burst compile that? I think we can't. I'll just check if we get an error. We didn't get an error. Let's see. So after 10 seconds, should destroy, and we should see debug log hello. Hello! Hey, we did it. Alright, there we go. Console said hello. How's that? Okay. I'm gonna commit this actually. Rocket, add time to live. Okay, Unity version control. Unity version control. Oh my god. Where are you? What you doing, man? Rocket, and time to live. Okay. Where do we go from here? Probably the rocket system. Okay, so in the rocket system, we check the collision of cast collider. On the collision, we make an explosion. We use create entity, explosion, knockback, and we remove the rocket entity. And after this, we need to make an explosion system. For each explosion. Explosions have knockback and damage, so we can sort of assume that anytime we're making explosion, it'll have the relevant components, right? Right, yeah, okay. Helping gamers cure their crippling loneliness by having the console say hello. Hello. I have 129 points. I want to buy stretch, but it's just I don't have enough points. Oh no. I'll never stretch again. I'll be shrimp. I'll be shrimp postured. Due to Twitch's UI not updating appropriately. Oh no. I'll be shrimp posture forever. I'm stretching right now, actually. I should probably do that more. I've been watching those like chiropractic videos on YouTube. It's kind of satisfying. It's kind of like you can watch it and then you can feel like the relief, and the other person, like, it actually helps you relax your muscles. All right, for each explosion, make ECB for each explosion. ECB destroy entity. Sphere cast all. For each collision, if has physics velocity. Physics velocity. Apply knockback. We'll just say apply knockback. Yeah, for each explosion, knockback entity, do a sphere cast all. For each collision, if it has physical velocity, apply knockback. Draw, or yeah. Draw, explosion, make explosion, effect, visual, sound. Debug log for now. Do that. Okay, sphere cast all for each collision. If it has physical velocity, apply knockback, and then destroy the explosion entity. Yeah, so on the tick, the projectile hits something, it disappears, it explodes, it creates the explosion entity, and then on the next tick, either the next tick or on the same tick, we could actually order the systems in that way. Then we can do this explosion system. Probably do it on the same tick, because then the explosion effect, yeah, just to make it more immediate. This is so scientific. Oh wait, I'm like describing the thing. I'm writing this in the notes actually. I'm writing pseudocode basically. But yeah, this is in the category of science and technology on YouTube's on YouTube's categories thing. Those categories seem kind of vague for some things. Like sometimes I'm like playing a game and I don't even know what to put other. Well, I guess you can just put gaming, but whatever. Okay, we got the rocket system. We got the explosion system. Or we don't got it yet. I gotta write it. But yeah, next we'll do the rocket system, I think. No, wait, no, we need the previous position system. Yeah, we need the previous position something system first. End of tick. Previous position equals local to world position. Yeah. Okay. Let's do one of those. We update the previous position. Oh yeah, when you make the previous position, we probably need to set it. Right, so on the first tick that a rocket spawns, I guess we'll handle this in the rocket launcher script, in a rocket launcher system, which we probably won't get to this stream. I'll probably write all these things and then save making the actually spawning the rockets for later. But yeah. Okay. So we need the previous position system, we need the rocket system, we need the explosion system. We've basically written pseudocode for all of those. And then also a collision debug system. Maybe make the collision debug system first. I have hydrated. I almost choked on my water. But I didn't. We're good. I teched that. Okay. Yeah. We make the previous position system first. Let's make our previous position system. What did we do? Yeah, we did a was grounded system, so it did something like that. Yeah, I'll just add the whatever the using statements. Okay. I love... Oh god. This code actually isn't that bad, now that I think about it. First compile. This is a previous position system. It's going to replace that with previous position and a local to world, right? Because that's the global position, basically. Tier 242.56. One day we'll accept fractional bits, and then you can simp with half a penny. But it's digital, and it's on Twitch's system, so you're not having that eaten up by the payment processor fees, because they already got your money. That's why they convert it to funny money. All right. Brief pause. Local to world. Oh, whatever. We'll call it like that. Ref RW previous position. Ref RO of local to world. Right. It's kind of nice just having the single transform to get your position rotation, whatever, from. Because I had like my own hard-coded position and stuff. Components. Maybe that was too much in the OG FPS Survivors 1. I'm bored. Oh, sorry. The stream's too boring. That's my fault. Hi. That's 3 highs. That's 4 highs. Holy shit. He's going crazy with it. I'm gonna have to increase the price on the highs so you can't spam it. Oh god. Or actually, you can do cooldowns on redeems, right? Right. The game dev stream, it won't really be most active. And Perv isn't in chat, so there isn't some important thing to read. Finally, I'm free. I'm free to code and be boring as fuck. Nah, I can do better. I can present coding in a better light. Alright, previous pause dot value RW dot value equals local to world dot value RO dot position. That's it. That's literally it. Okay. We just have to order it in the right place. So somewhere we do like the hi. Oh my god. Gonna have to chill with that though. You know what, Lucky? If you have you stopped? Are you done yet? Oh god, that is so many. That is so many redeems. I'm gonna let's see, manage rewards. Okay, I'll stop. Where's my edit? Hi. Oh yeah, I put in the description. I say hi to you. Okay, redemption cooldown. I could do per user per stream. Is the cooldown like a global cooldown? So maybe I don't want to do that. But I do want to do like, you can redeem it 5 times per viewer per stream. No, 3 times per viewer per stream. No, once per viewer per stream. That's it. That's it. You can redeem it once per viewer per stream. I'll stop in 3 years. Alright. There we go. I can't now? All according to plan. Alright, good. Thanks, you're the QA tester. You're the QA tester checking for people griefing. And I'm the game developer having to patch out a potential way for people to grieve. Yeah, thank you for bringing that to my attention. It's like when people like, I guess it's like the rude way of exposing an exploit. It's just use it and show it to people. But yeah, there we go. You get 1 high per stream per viewer. I don't know if I said hi yet. Hi, Lucky. Hi, Lucky. There's your hi. Where were we? Where did we do the update? Yeah, we did the was grounded system at the end of this movement super system. So we might do like a projectile super system or something, and then actually no. Previous position super system. Previous position system. Yeah, there we go. All right. Only 100. Stretch. I'm gonna stretch so hard. Oh, I just cracked my neck. I don't know how much you can hear it because I do have some form of noise suppression on. :3. :3. Okay, so that's our previous position super system. It should do what we want. Which means now I'm gonna do the projectile collision debug system. Was there a Unity? Yeah, there was like the Unity example showing off the thing. Where is it? Right. Because the plan is I'm going to use this collider cast. It'll be a sphere cast, I guess. But I guess we get the point at which the collider hits, which it probably won't be doing. But I guess we could, check for an actual hit. But yeah, it's gonna cast from like the start to the end. Okay. We'll do the debug system first just so we can visualize it. New file. Projectile. We'll just call it projectile systems. Projectile systems. Because putting a bunch of different systems in there, which maybe is not the best way of doing things. So maybe we'll do it in separate files. So projectile debug system. What does this look like? What does projectile debug system? Yields 100% :p. I don't have the tongue tracking on this model. It's not rigged. I do have the tongue tracking actually on the iPhone on my desk. It's less of a :3 person, more of a C: person. IMO when the :3s. Ding 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 ding. I hate automatically converting emoticons into emojis. Dude, I hate that too. On like Discord. :parenthesis, :D. There's this, this smile that looks nothing like a :D. It's not the same. They just don't understand. We need the purity of the text emojis. Anyway, what we need. We'll do a projectile debug system. So with all... what do we need actually? We need a previous position. We need a... Will this be anything for with a previous position? Which I guess is just projectiles at the moment. We'll rename it later if we have to. We have our previous position. We have our local to world, that's our current position. We have our physics. Not the physics. Hold on. We have physics body and we have we have authoring components that are what? Physics body and what else? What else? They don't understand. I want my :D. Which does it too? I know. What the hell? What the hell? Okay. Hold on. So in Unity, we have physics body and physics shape. So what we want is the physics shape, right? We We have physics shape authoring, but that actually makes different types of shapes. Is that a sphere collider? I guess I need to actually look at the physics shape offering definition, because I know some of it you can like see the I guess this is decompiled source, or is this actual? Oh yeah, no, this is from the Unity physics package, so we do actually get the source here. So we have the physics shape offering. We're looking for like what happens with a sphere. Get sphere properties, get sphere properties, sphere geometry. So yeah, what's the actual collider that we're set sphere? Okay, this just updates the properties. Where's the baker? Bake points. It's not it. Unless it's not even in this file. Bake points job. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. If we do go to references, can we find the baker? Physics shape baking system? This thing. Okay. We're looking for the actual component that we add. Resource sphere, shape type, res, return res, shape computation data, baking. What the fuck? Combine meshes. Should convert shape, collider entity. Add component, new physics collider, baked data. Oh my god. The fuck? Okay, how do we get the... Wait, I guess I could just look at the example project, right? So I have this entity component system samples. Let's save that. Yeah, this thing. But this is, yeah, no, not events, collision geometry. Queries? Queries. Query tester authoring, query tester system. Where the frick? Physics debug display data. Use world singleton. Collider cast hit. Great collider. Query data. Oh my god. It's too much, man. It's too much, man. Make array cast input. Collider cast input. Collider is query data. Collider as pointer. Oh my god. This is the pain I was hoping to avoid. I literally just want to know what component the sphere collider gets turned into in physics shape authoring. Oh my god. Colliders. Authoring using built-in components. So wait, is it the built-in Unity sphere collider? It's got to be a different custom physics offering. Here, I'm reading. For the custom shape component, sphere, simplest and least computationally intensive collision shape. So true. Spheres are so computationally cheap. Otherwise collisions of a bevel radius. Generate context of a small tolerance of a surface. Huh. Huh. Physics debug display. I guess you're not supposed to, yeah, debug something like this yourself. But I still need to do the actual collision cast myself, right? God damn it. Or wait. Well, actually, because I guess, what was it? If I can use Unity's built-in physics body, or if I'm doing the queries directly, then don't I just want to define it myself? But if that's the case, I should be using whatever sphere collider component Unity's using, unless that's like a weird indirect bullshit thing. God. We have cast collider in collider aspect. Oh my god, they're using aspects. The aspects that are fucking deprecated. Contains transform data and collider. Ref physics collider. Is this it? Collision geometry of a rigid body. No, if you're using a sphere, surely you're not. Collider. Base struct common to all colliders. Dispatches the interface methods to appropriate implementations for the collider type. Oh. Well, maybe it does make sense that it's meant to be this abstract, because, you know, two arbitrary physics objects could be colliding with each other. Okay. Yeah, for implementation reasons. Well, okay, yeah, fine. But surely that means there's a sphere collider. Implements iCollider. Interface for colliders. Is this a component? Is this a component that gets added to the thing? Has a sender, collision type, geometry, mass power. Yeah, okay. That's like the interface stuff. Sphere. Spherical. Game sphere. Yeah, calculate distance, capsule cast collider, yeah. It'll probably be easier if we just make all projectiles spheres. I don't really see a reason to make them not spheres. And that's convenient for various things. So the question is, do thing have sphere collider? Wait, I can see that in the Unity editor. No, actually, it gets a physics collider. It's blocked by my head, but... Rocket Entity has a Unity physics collider. Here, let me zoom it in so you guys can see. Ooh, XP hell. Ooh, bliss. Okay. See this? See this? It has a unity.physics.physics collider. That is the component that gets added. So it's not directly a sphere component of any kind. It's maybe a little annoying to work with. Man. I know I was looking. Right, I remember TF2 uses like drag calculations using the actual like shape of the grenades. Okay, well, anyway, if something has a physics shape, it gets a physics collider component. And that collider component? Okay, struct physics collider. The collision geometry of a rigid body, if not present, the rigid body cannot collide with anything. And it has a collider pointer. Is a pointer straight up pointer? Straight up pointing it. Make sure you get adequate rest. I will. I will. It's not that late yet. If I really wanted to raw dog it, right, then I would make my own. I would make my own data for the sphere collider. Right, I would make my own sphere collider. And the sphere collider would have a center position and a radius, and that's all it needs. And then we pass that in. Raw dog, get it? Yeah. Yeah, we're just raw dogging these physics queries. Cause I got that token. What the fuck am I saying? Okay, what does a sphere cast need? It needs an origin, it needs a radius, it needs a direction, max distance. So... oh, if we're getting the previous position, then... wait. It's a little awkward. Because, what was it? We're casting... from... the previous position to the current position, and so that's two positions, but they want it defined in a direction and a max distance. So I have to do a bit of translation there, which is a little annoying. Would be nice to have like a debug draw of like the sphere and the collider and the editor, because there's like a really convenient thing that Unity itself does, rather, with this prefab thing, right? With the physics shape, I click sphere and then I click fit to enable the render matrix meshes. And it automatically calculates things like the radius and the center. But if I want to, you know, raw dog these collision queries myself, then I need that radius and center data myself, actually. Which could lead to a really awkward kind of authoring flow where I add a physics shape just to do this and then copy the data over into my own like sphere collider authoring component or something. That's a little awkward. Have to go. Room is pitch black. Have a good rest of stream. Thanks Webboy Cultist. Have a good night. Have a good night. Hope you enjoyed your stay. I realize this is like this is like technical challenging content. I don't expect this to be like easily accessible, enjoyable content to watch. But if you are here, then I hope you're enjoying it or getting value out of it somehow. Every alpha lets the wolf come inside him. I have 2 wolves inside of me. Oh. Don't forget to make the acid donation channel. Okay. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, there, I posted it myself in the Discord, so you better not forget. Okay, at what point am I just gonna give up on this? Here's what I wanted to do. I wanted to just use Unity's colliders directly. But Unity is not being nice and giving us like a easily accessible sphere collider definition or something component. Trying to be too clever, too abstract for my needs, I guess. So what I'm gonna do is make my own sphere collider component, which, oh, that overlaps the name already in Unity physics, doesn't it? Because there's an actual sphere collider struct that isn't a component. Okay, that's a little awkward. Collision collider? Yeah, struct collider, influence I collider, influence I collidable. Interface for colliders. Rather, yeah, no, you don't actually get the, that's not a component. Physics collider is a component. Okay. You have 2 wolves inside you. What is your boyfriend? The other's your boyfriend's boyfriend. Good night, good night. Alright, good night. Yeah, okay. This is annoying. This is a little bit pain. But I guess this is what we have to deal with to use a engine like this. God, I've been listening to Ensolar out of how long? So what defines a sphere collider? Just center and radius, right? So we add that center to the position of the entity, right? When we're doing our physics check, which should be fine. Yeah, that seems fine. And we don't really want to overlap our names with Unity physics, but I guess that's what namespaces are for, which I'm not using, like, fuck. So what do we call this instead? Sphere collider component. That would sort of define it as like, what's the word? Sphere collider, sphere geometry, center, and radius. Once I equatable sphere geometry, so it's not a component. But this is literally what we want. It's just not a component for some reason. A float through center and a float radius. So we could call it sphere custom collider, sphere component. We could just call it sphere. Right, because it's not doing anything on its own. It's just sphere. But then that doesn't really... It's not an illuminating name. It's not helping us understand what we're doing this for. Is just something on the projectile. So, like in more traditional OP, we'd like put it on the projectile class, just our radius and our center. I'm literally stuck on naming this thing. Because I can't use Sphere Collider, or I guess I could, but I don't want to use Sphere Collider because I don't want to overlap with Uniphysics, but I guess that's literally the intended use of name spaces, right, in C#. Would be to have my own Sphere Collider and then have Uniphysics' Sphere Collider as separate things that we could use. My brain's hurting a little. I might have to end stream soon. I'll probably do like the debug at least. But we need to decide on actually naming our own sphere component. Which I guess we could do sphere component, but I don't like that because it doesn't match with a naming scheme of not using component on our components. What are our options for naming? Sphere. Doesn't really hint that it's used for collision checks. It's fine, Neo, you can end stream. No! No, I'm not ending until I name this fucking sphere component. I guess if I just call it sphere component, then no. We'll just do sphere component for now. We can rename it later. Ugh. A sphere component has a center. Thank you for the follow. Name it smaller or Neo. What exactly does it do? Here's the thing. We have our... Have our... What are we at? God damn it. Okay, how did we get on this adventure in the first place? I'm looking at Unity, I'm clicking on this rocket, we have our physics body and our physics shape. Which we don't want to use physics, what's the word? We don't want to use these physics things directly, because then we'd have to use these collision events, and they're a pain in the ass to work with. So I'd rather, and they're also probably slower than just doing the physics queries directly, so I'm going to be using the physics queries directly. Now, in order to use those physics queries, we need the sphere collider from this physics shape. And we can't get that easily because we don't get like a sphere collider component or anything. We have a unity.physics.physics collider component. And the physics collider component, where is it here? Gives you a pointer to a collider. And then... yeah, you get this collider struct, base struct common to all colliders, which I'm assuming the sphere collider, yeah, implements iCollider. Or rather, yeah, it implements that interface. Wait, where's struct? How does like inheritance even work with these structs? Fuck. But this doesn't even, yeah, this has, or no, this does have what we need. This has center and this has radius. So either we go down into the guts of Unity's physics collider component and get the sphere ourselves, and then do the query. Which maybe I should check and see if that's how they do it in the entity component system samples. Oh god. Hold on. Not the stateful one, not the, yeah, not events. Go to queries. This one. World Cast Collider. Collider cast hits. God. Sphere Collider create new sphere geometry. Bro, what? Blob asset reference. Collider. Collider. This create collider. Do we return from this function? No, it's a void, right? What the fuck? Query data.collider. Okay, we modify query data. We said it's collider. Wait. Where does this even come from? We define this. Authoring data and then calculated data. Yeah, there's a component. Oh my god. Collider type is a... Collider type is... Oh, okay. Yeah, this is from, yeah, Unity Physics, the library. With the DLL. Oh boy. I think that's telling us that, yeah, we want to define it ourselves, probably. Probably. Well, we have the collider type, we have the input collider scale. What we could do is get rid of the center entirely and just have the sphere defined as a radius. That might be better, actually, yeah, just to store less data on the thing. Let's see. So maybe instead of sphere component, we just do collision radius. And then we need to adjust our prefab so that the sphere is, the collider is centered, right? That's probably a better way of doing it instead of doing this like fit to render matrix or render meshes. Blah. Schmaler Neo. Okay. Let's open the prefab. Or, yeah. This. Okay. We're editing the prefab in context. Or we could just edit the prefab itself. The main thing is we want our sphere to be centered. And honestly, that looks good enough. That's a radius of what, 1.1? Maybe it'll hit walls a bit too much, and that's a little annoying, but I think it's better that it, you know, hits enemies. Honestly, that looks fine. So instead we, maybe we just define it as like collision radius. Yeah, and then we do like a sphere cast. Okay, so instead of naming it like a sphere collider or something, we'll just name it collision radius. And also rename this, so collision radius. Collision radius has a float value. So our rocket, right? Do we even... We have our physics body. So we can just make our collision filter have our rocket not collide with anything. From Unity's perspective, from the Unity physics perspective. So actually, yeah, physics shape belongs to nothing and collides with nothing. That's interesting. If we disable it, does the physics body still work? Let me see what that looks like in the scene. Rocket. Oh, it still gets a physics collider. If we remove this component, it still gets a physics collider? What the hell? Or do I need a or is it a rebake? Still gets a physics collider. Wait, it's not using the mesh collider, is it? Wait. Where's my physics debug? Draw colliders. What the hell? What the hell? Oh. Wait. Oh, this has a sphere collider on it. Wait. Remove that collider. These things too. Okay, we've killed the colliders, so... Yeah, I don't see the physics collider anyway, so I think, yeah, we have officially killed the physics collider. Amazing, great, okay. Made it to Eternity and Antimatter Dimensions. Yeah, let's go. I only got like 15 more steps before I beat the game. In 19 days. Nice, sorry, lost all context. All good. Yeah, I honestly, if you're not following along and you're just chilling and vibing and watching me code, that's fine too. I feel like that's a perfectly valid way of enjoying streams like this. Okay, what does this mean? Okay, we have a collision radius struct. So instead of being concerned about like defining a sphere with a center and a radius, we're just gonna define it as the radius around the origin of this this thing, which means in our rocket authoring now we're gonna add a public float collision radius. And then we're gonna add the component collision radius, and the value is authoring. I'm too used to Godot. Authoring dot collision radius. Oops, this is not public. Public float value. Okay, cool. Okay, so now rockets have a collision radius. And we're gonna define it on the rocket. I enjoy hearing Neo sound smart. That's good too. That's valid. That's valid. You are valid. Get validated so that you are more dependent on me telling you whether or not your enjoyment of the stream is valid or not. Nah. Relying on streamer to tell you whether your enjoyment is valid or not is valid, although it probably shouldn't be valid. Oh god. Been watching Neo for 4 hours now. Not that I'd ever get tired of Neo. I'm invalid gender. Your gender has been invalidated. You must validate it within 60 days, or face gender punishment. Okay. So yeah, now we've set the collision radius. We probably want to do our debug thing. We have a projectile debug system. Right. Okay, so anything with a previous position, a local to world, and a collision radius. Ref RO collision radius. This is the debug system, so don't need this to be rewritable. All right. Here's what we do. What do we do? What do we do? Do. So starting position is the previous position, so I guess we debug dot draw. Ooh, that's the wrong debug. God damn it! Stop auto importing the wrong debug using Unity engine. Draw. Yeah, we're using debug extension. Draw. Oh, we have draw. Debug wire sphere. Yeah, debug wire sphere. All right. Brief pause. Dot value RO dot value. It's the world position. And the radius is radius dot value RO dot value. Duration 0 will draw this every frame. Hello, Psychosis, sweet tea. Hello, fellow pain enjoyer. I'm enjoying it. I'm loving it. I love coding. I love thinking about what to name this freaking collision radius thing and eventually just deciding collision radius. Okay. Honestly, this isn't that bad. I'm just tired. I'm writing the document for my project now. Nice. We love game design documents, although to be honest, I think I keep most of my game in my head. I like flesh it out a tiny bit in the game design document, but like most of my sort of plan or whatever is in my head. Maybe I should write down more of my ideas. I feel like I've written down what's already there at the moment though. 4:20 a.m. It literally is 4:20 somewhere. Oh my god. Happy 4:20 a.m. Was that GMT plus plus one or something? In the UK? We got a British version here. For my uni course. Nice. Happy game dev all nighter. Good luck. Good luck for your course. Vanilla has to prove his gender is not a robot. Loving my dots, my Unity dots. We're Unity dotsing it up. Yeah, that's the real pain here. I could just be using normal ass traditional object-oriented code. But yeah, good luck with your course, your uni. Did you actually... I had pre-roll on. Did you actually click on the stream and watch the pre-roll ad and still find me? Oh my god. Congratulations, and also I'm sorry you had to go through the pain of watching a pre-roll ad on a streamer that you need to. Oh my god. How nice. Yeah, that really is. That's dedication. Honestly, if you click on a random streamer you've never seen before and you sit through the pre-roll ad, I'm amazed. I salute you. I keep getting the pre-roll ad that tells you Tony Twist for me. I did all the set dressing post-processing for my game. And running a screen to finish this by 12 hours from now. You got this, man. Hopefully. I hope. Debug extension dot. I guess we can do, yeah, just debug dot draw a line from start to end is prev pause dot value ro dot value to local to world dot value ro dot position, and then draw another wire sphere at the local to world position. Okay, that's our projectile debug system. So set the previous position and then just draw the spheres. Draw the spheres. Drawing some spheres, baby. Yes, I did through the ad. You're a trooper, man. I salute you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm honored that you would sit through an ad for literal. Oh my god, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid, bro. Hello. Hello, the Jaeger. Hello. Hello, Rastolilon. We're coding. Should I show you guys something actual visual instead of looking at freaking code? We're working on this rocket. Don't mind the placeholder visual. But the plan is Unity's collision event system is a pain in the ass. So we're going to do direct physics queries ourselves. And to do that, we need to store the previous position this rocket was at on like the previous physics tick, and then do the current position as well, and then do a sphere cast from that previous position to the current position. And also here's my character controller. We did this jump pad today. Oh my god, you can walk on it, you can move, you can air strafe. Yeah, we're doing a source-like movement. Also, oh wait. Oh crap. The top level entity. Wait, when we removed the entity, we removed the top level entity, but not all its children. Oh my god. Wait, that's fucked up. Oh no, that's so gross. Oh my god. Oh fuck. But yeah, we had like a time to live component that we put on this rocket, and now it's just a single ball, two capsules. Ugh. I'm one of 3 women in my class. I'm the only one who does horror in sci-fi environments. Not that pink cafe shizzle kill me. Oh my god. That's cool though. That's based. Do your thing. Don't let society tell you what is and isn't the proper art style for your projects. 2 shaft, 1 ball. Yeah, we broke our rocket. This is what happens when you when you use your rocket too hard. It breaks into 2 shafts, 1 ball. Oh god. I didn't realize that yeah, the entities work that way. So Unity bakes these game objects into entities. This rocket apparently is a completely separate entity from its children, and so we put this time to live component on the rocket, but then all of its children stay. Oh my god. So to remedy that, we could just put the time to live on all the children, which honestly is this is supposed to be a temporary model anyway, right? So what are we gonna have on the game object? I think we're gonna have to jump through some hoops to, like, if we add like a particle system and then a sound on this rocket, then when we delete the rocket, then we're also gonna have to, yeah, get like references to those and kill them. Kill these guys. Beat them to death with hammers. Pink Cafe aesthetic will never die. Entirely brilliant Nekopara. Dude, I literally have like a Pink Cafe styled stream background. I'm not using it right now. We're just chilling on on Bliss on the Sonoma Hills of California. I'm obsessed with horror in the Alien franchise, so I specialize in it. I'm stuck in this predicament. Damn. I do think that's cool though. Yeah, you can use that in, I don't know, a lot of like action games will also use like horror aesthetics as well. I'm thinking like what have I been thinking about recently? Killing Floor, Deep Rock Galactic. It's a bit more cartoony, but you know, it's still leaning into that alien horror atmosphere. And especially Rogue Core, from what we've seen from the alpha playtests, is leaning a bit more into the horror. Oh no. I guess in the future, was it when we free this entity or when we delete this entity? This is meant to be just a placeholder, right? So I could just add a time to live component to all these children and just have them expire at the same time. But then, like the idea is the rocket is gonna hit a wall or something, and then we destroy the entity and we explode. So we probably need to figure out that anyway, because was it in the end this is gonna look like what, one or two meshes, and like a particle emitter and then like sound effects. So what do we do then? Right, because when we destroy the entity, right, I think we do like eye cleanup component, right? Yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna deal with that immediately. I think there's a tutorial that goes over like the hybrid ECS game object workflow. So later in the future, I'll be following a tutorial or something for that. I'm not doing this exit document about script. Sculpt, as I do not use any professional techniques. Based, so based. Being dumber gives you the blessing of not having to be smart, not gonna lie. Brain to think. Think hard. Brain hurt. Yeah, don't be smart or else you have to suffer. Be brain dumb. Then you can actually enjoy game instead of slaving for weeks and months and years trying to make your perfect dream game. Instead you can just play games and enjoy them, man. Don't make my mistake of actually trying to make something. Nah, do make something. Making stuff is cool. Making stuff is based. Suffering is based. You should suffer more for your art. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. We're like half joking, half serious, half suffering hours. Smart, but I'd rather work easy. You thought I was man for my portfolio, so when I brought it to the interview as a 5'10" alt woman, they're so confused. I wonder how there's a stark difference between all girls and men. Damn, you really showed them. You really got pranked them. Pranked them. Prank him, John. What was I doing? Okay. So I think the proper way to do this involves something like iCleanup component data. So what I'm gonna do for now, I might just end stream pretty soon because this is starting to get like, I want to say out of scope of the stream. But we have what, projectile debug system? So let's just add this to the debug super system. Get or create and add unmanaged system. This is Latios framework. This is not part of Unity dots normally, but I'm using it because I feel like it's convenient. Projectile debug system, we wrote that earlier. Okay, so now any projectile with the stuff we added to it, so the previous position and then the collision radius would be doing that. And yeah, we're debug drawing. No, wait, we're not debug drawing. No, we're not debug drawing. Wait, we did set, was it collision radius, and we did set debug, so we should be debug drawing. Oh god, I need to move the player not on this. Why is the time to live like expiring immediately? Wait. Hold on. We might be missing something. That's like 5 seconds. That's like less than 5 seconds. What? Time to live. Time to live 10. Wait. Time to live system here. Delta time. Fixed delta time. Please tell me that was running in a fixed step. Yeah. No, it is running in fixed step simulation group. Wait, why is it dying so early? I read my illegal full name, then asked for my AT to check who I said I was. Never laughed so hard in my life. Nice. It's a hard ass line. Your time to live will expire immediately. Time to live expired. We're doing after. No, that's after this one. Yeah, update after physics system group. Hold on. For TTL entity and time to live with entity access. Value subtract delta time. If the value is less than 0, destroy the entity. And then, yeah, do all that. Was ECS a mistake? Oh, God. We have the time to live component. We have rocket authoring. So that's the time to live based on the authoring, right? So it's a question of... Should I do the... Was it with... Is it with all simulate? With the simulate tag? Or, yeah, this thing. Enable simulation of an entity. I'm not sure if that fixes it. But yeah, I'm expecting, right, if we're making like particles, if we're making like potentially 2 separate meshes for, I don't know, having different materials on them, then we're gonna have to do the eye cleanup component stuff, which I'm not gonna deal with in this stream. So I'm not gonna do a hacky thing like add time to live to all these child components, but I am going to make a note to do eye cleanup component. Add eye cleanup component for removing rocket visual children. Meow, meow. Meow, how's it going? How's it going? What the hell is going on? Okay, we're just gonna leave the children for now. This really does not feel like 10 seconds. This really should be 10 seconds, so I have no idea what's going on. If we set it to TTL 20, right? Save. Rebake the scene and all. That seemed like 10 to you. Did that seem like 10 seconds to you and not 20 seconds? This seemed like exactly half of what it should be. It's not looping over it twice, is it? Project settings. Fixed time step. 0.04. Not a robot, I'm a robot cat. I can select all the images of cats. Now cars, I don't know if I can do that. Damn, should have gotten the car identification training module installed. Ugh. What if I set the fixed time step back to default? I'm wondering if there's some weird shenanigans happening with like a non-default time step. Ten. Is that 20 seconds? I'm gonna get an actual stopwatch this time. Okay, 1, 3, 4, 6, 8, 12, 14. Am I going crazy? I'm probably just not counting right. Hold on. Let me get the actual clock app. Stopwatch. Okay. This is 20 seconds. We're literally watching paint dry, guys. Amazing stream content. I think I am counting slowly. Okay. Okay. Oh, no, wait. The game isn't even running because I don't have it focused. Wait. Oh, no. Wait. Hold on. All right. Put the clock in the corner. Keep the game window focused. At 40, restart. Okay. Come on, man. Disappear after 20 seconds. Disappear after 20 seconds. Okay. That was not 20 seconds. That was like 15, 16 seconds. What if we go... Okay, let's go back to the 0.04 fixed time step like I had earlier. Alright, run. I'm wondering if it has to do with the baking or something. Okay, that was significantly fast. That was about twice as fast. But that time to live is still weird. It's not running twice or something, is it? Does this have to do with Latios? Man. Like, can't things just work? God damn it. This music is very soothing. What this loop should be doing is just looping once over every entity with a time to live with simulate. And subtract time.fix delta time. But if it's subtracting twice... Wait, is ECS's fixed step completely separate? Oh, wait. Fixed step simulation system group. The value of time.elapsed time and time.delta time will be temporarily overridden while this group is updating. The systems in this group will update as many times as necessary at the fixed time step in order to catch up to the actual elapsed time since the previous frame. The default fixed time step is 1 over 60 seconds. This value can be overridden at runtime by modifying the system group's time step property. Oh god, okay, I'm really glad that I caught this now and not later. But I guess it was gonna mess with us either way. So I changed Unity's fixed time step in the project settings, assuming that this would also carry over to ECS. But not only is the default fixed time step in ECS different from Unity's default fixed time step in, well, game object world. This is 160th of a second instead of 150th of a second. It's, if you change the fixed time step in Unity's project settings, then it won't affect this at all. Okay. Glad I caught that. So that means we could fix this by using time.delta time instead of fixed delta time, because time.delta time gets overridden. Wait, capital delta time? Wait. Okay, I'm assuming they just messed up in the writing that comment. Let's see if that's actually the case, because then time.delta time should get overridden even in the fixed step simulation group. Okay. Let's just set the time to live to 10 seconds just to test. I'm gonna bring up the... Did I close that? Bring up the stopwatch again. Still running. Okay. 5 minutes. Okay. So this should actually be 10 seconds now. Should be in 5 seconds from now. It should be about now. Oh. Uh-oh. I don't think it's... It's probably using my frame rates delta time, and then only updating like every 60th of a second. Okay. Well, this is painful. This is annoying. Is it referencing a different time than the Unity engine.time? That's so weird. That's so weird. Fixed step simulation system group. Time dot elapsed time. I should probably Google this. Unity entities delta time. Time considerations entity. Okay, there is a section in the docs for this. Okay. A world controls the value of the time property of systems within it. The system's time property is an alias for the current world time. By default, Unity creates a time data entity for each world, which can update world time system instance updates. This reflects the elapsed time since the previous frame. Systems in the fixed step simulation system group treat time differently than other system groups. Systems in the fixed step simulation group update at a fixed interval instead of once the current delta time. Need more control of... So this is the Unity systems time? Or Unity... Use system API.time or world.time. Okay. So we're not supposed to use... Hold on. We are not supposed to use Unity engine's time. We're supposed to use state.world.time. Delta time. Which should be updated when we're in the fixed state step, but just to be safe, we can do fixed delta time, right? Currently an alias to time.fixed delta time. This member will be deprecated once a native fixed delta time is introduced in Unity Engine. Are you kidding me? There's no... What? What? Oh. Oh, Unity core time data. What? The world simulated time. Oh my god, what the fuck? Man! World unmanaged time ref dot time. Is it time data? Is a time data. Time data encapsulates state to measure a world simulation time. Okay, elapsed time, delta time. What about this fixed delta time? Yeah, it's literally just Unity engine dot time dot fixed delta. That's the thing that's causing us. Okay. Okay then. We're supposed to use delta time even though we're in the fixed step simulation group. Because, yeah, delta time is temporarily overridden while this group is updating. Okay, so that does make me feel a little better. That does mean we need to change our other systems here. Yeah, delta time is state.world. Or can we do world unmanaged? Yeah, dot time dot delta time. That is so verbose. Oh my god. I'm assuming, yeah, we're supposed to use world unmanaged where possible. Yeah, where else are we using delta time? Let's double check I can control F delta time. Delta time. Delta time. Time to live system, delta time. World, yeah, the rest is internals. Okay. Okay. Hi Mullet. Hi Ice Cream Dog. Hello. We just caught a pretty significant bug that I was using the wrong delta time, because apparently you're supposed to use the world's delta time and not Unity's time dot delta time, and also you shouldn't be using the world's fixed delta time either, because that's also lying to you. Ugh, okay. Alright. Bug fixed. Hopefully. Let's test. Great. What are you coding? Projectile system. Although it's still pretty unfinished. We are probably not going to finish it this stream. I'm probably going to end really soon, actually. Soon-ish. Okay. So this rocket has a time to live of 10 seconds if we just stare at the rocket. Also, what? Hold on. Okay, I think that was 10 seconds, but I was mousing off of the... I was unfocusing Unity for a good couple seconds there. Okay, that was 10 seconds. Finally! Finally, we have the proper delta time. Oh my god. Evil messed up delta time? Yeah, the fucked up evil version of delta time. Unity just loves... Well, I don't know. Unity Dots has its own delta time that is completely separate from Unity's delta time, and that's kind of annoying to deal with. But this is how you're actually supposed to get delta time in Unity Dots. So just, yeah, be aware. Be aware. I'm gonna commit that. Let's see, get commit. Okay. You can see my commits. Fix systems, fix delta time. Unity's engine time. Is the wrong delta time for dots. Use the world's time instead. And not fixed delta time either, because it also doesn't match the actual delta time of ECS. Note that this means that the fixed time step we set in the project settings doesn't actually affect ECS until we do that ourselves. Set ECS's time step manually. To do. Okay, great. Thanks. Thanks, Unity. Very cool. Okay, that's Unity dots delta time. Okay. Systems, fix delta time. The evil fucked up delta time. Oh god, okay. What else can I do at the moment? I'm getting pretty tired, so I'm probably gonna end soon-ish. Soon-ish. Also, congrats on the Eternity again, Vanilla, in Antimatter Dimensions. What do you still need? Physics, velocity, explosive, rocket tag. Forecast all. Okay. We have the projectile collision debug system. I think we're just gonna do the debug system. We've got this thing. It's meant to draw our colliders, or well, our collision checks that we're going to be doing using the previous position, the local to world, and then the collision radius for our rocket. Here, rocket authoring, set a collision radius. We didn't add the, oh yeah, we didn't add the previous position. Add component, entity, although I think we would add this previous position. Yeah, we'll just do this. Add component. Yeah, to add a who even knows component. And then at runtime when we're spawning our rockets, then we'll set the previous position accordingly. Yeah. To the proper value when spawning. Okay. With that added, we should see the debug collision system start to show. Which means that is not the right... Oh, right, because we set the scale on this thing. Oh. Wait a minute. Yeah, it scales like 0.25. What does that mean? I guess we can just calculate it ourselves. Collision radius, it's a quarter of 1.1. 0.2525. There we go. That looks like a totally normal collision radius. Isn't that nice? Why am I so slow? Did I set the flare speed to like 2? Or no, does it have to do with... Oh, wait, it does have to do with using the proper delta time now. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna end really pretty soon-ish, maybe. Also, did we set... Yeah, we set this here, but not on the actual rocket prefab. Rather... Oh yeah, yeah, okay. What we can do is go to here in the scene. Add a component, apply to prefab rocket. And then apply the remove component to the prefab rocket. Save. Play, still does the thing, has the collider, yep, cool, great. Let's see. Commit this, call it rocket, add. Alright, rocket, add previous position. Commit this in Git as well. So we're doing it both ways. Rocket, add previous position. Need to... Oh, here's VS Code. Need to remember to set the previous position to current position when spawning. Okay, cool. Yeah. What did I say I want to do? What did I say I was gonna do? Last thing I was gonna do? Last thing. Last something. Last Christmas. I gave you my heart. But the very next day, you gave it away. Oh, right, the player movement. Yeah, by fixing delta time, we fucked up our settings for the player's movement. So it looks like due to friction, I can't even get up to the 5 move speed that we have. But let's see the stopping. I guess we can just lower the friction. Let's start by like halving it. So friction at 2. So now we can get up to like 4 point something. When we let go, that is actually really slow. So maybe don't do that. Right. Where else are we using delta time anywhere else? Let me just double check that in the character move. Oh, the friction too. Yeah. Okay, yeah, it's in the friction also. The friction. All right. Fix the delta time for friction. I think I just missed that, and I don't think it's anywhere else. Okay. Just test that. Okay, old values for acceleration, 1 air acceleration, 4 friction. All right, we walk. We can, in fact, get up to 5 speed. Does feel pretty slippery, so let's actually raise that to 8 maybe? And we need to increase the player's acceleration accordingly on the ground. Maybe 10. All right, we're zipping. Our air acceleration is very lacking though. I think we had like 1/4 of player acceleration, right? How's 858? That feels good, sticky enough. That is way too much air acceleration. Movement variables. We had it. 1/4 would be 2. All right. So 8 acceleration, 8 friction, and then 2 air acceleration. Let's enable auto b-hop so you can test out how much speed you can gain. So 5 is your normal movement speed cap, so for b-hopping then that's pretty significant. And if we're not auto b-hopping, then, you know, it takes a bit of finessing to get up a bit of speed. And I guess the bigger concern is, like, if playing normally, the air acceleration feels good. It's maybe a little low. This does feel pretty similar to what we had before. Does seem like b-hops are really powerful, understandably. I guess we'll just go with that. Could maybe lower, or I don't know, it kind of feels like I should increase the air acceleration for like countering actual movement. How easy is it to go faster than? Pretty easy actually, yeah. Bunny hopping is really fast. I guess that's fine. I think that's fun in a character controller. Why did it seem like I was getting like a huge speed boost off of that? Or I guess it's just, yeah, that's just air strafing. Air strafing does that. Okay, that's intentional. Okay. I need to save this subscene, yeah. Alright. That's funny, I literally just doubled the values from what they were before. Acceleration 8 from 4, air acceleration 2 from 1, and friction 8 from 4. Alright, git commit. Friction player, fix friction delta time. Bonjour, hello, Luna Gladius. It's, I'm about to end stream. It's kind of late. Yeah, welcome. Welcome. We fixed, a bug with delta time. Player, fix, friction, delta time. Yeah, apparently don't use... do not use Unity engine.time with dots. Worst mistake of my life. You're supposed to get the delta time from the world, apparently. And it's also, yeah, default time step that is different from Unity's time step. Maybe that's to help you catch that bug easier. Maybe. Anyway. Yeah, what do we get done today? We have this box collision check that activates this jump pad. We added this work in progress rocket. When you delete the entity, it should delete its children. We'll have to do eye cleanup component on that. But we'll do that after we get the actual functionality done and then the spawning. Or maybe we'll do it next. But yeah, for next stream, lots to do. Lots to make. These kinds of projects, they take time. They take quite a while. I talked a little bit about my ideas with world building, lore, or just, I don't know, world for this game. And a little bit about game design. Probably going to be taking a lot of inspiration from games like Risk of Rain, games like DRG Survivor, I think is a good example to follow. Other FPS games, maybe like more classic FPS, horde focused FPS games, Doom and Serious Sam. Probably some of that too. But yeah, that's the idea. It will be another goddamn roguelike. But I like roguelikes. And I also like the idea of making a game that is replayable enough that I, as the developer, will actually want to replay my own game. But that might take a lot of effort to reach that point, but hopefully we could reach that point. So yeah, thank you all for coming. I am hungry and tired. We've been coding for 5 hours. But yeah, thanks again for the raid. If you're still here, Brolim. I don't know who else is here, is still watching. Yeah. He's abandoning us. Yeah, I'm abandoning us. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Thanks. Hello, Kimi no Niwa. Like Kimi no Nawa, but Niwa. Like Niwa means garden. Okay, alright. I wants to raid someone. I don't even know who's still online. Who's live? Who's next? Let's raid J-Man's on Twitch. And let's find someone to raid on YouTube. I don't even know who's still here. Who's live? Who's next? You decide. It's gonna be Seki. Alright. We're raiding Seki on YouTube. Okay, thanks for watching. Thanks again for the raid, Rolime. Otsu Neo. Otsu bye-bye. Look forward to the game. Something like comment, subscribe, etc, etc. Join my Discord. Isaac Locus, hi Traub. The lurkers come out. Yeah. I don't know. I'm still kind of excited about this game, which is good. It is still super early, so, you know, maybe don't have huge expectations. But I hope you are at least somewhat excited about this game that is mostly an idea at the moment. Did I raid at the wrong time? Hello, Felix. Oh no, did you just raid? I was about to end. I raided at the end, no! Yeah, you raided at the end. It's okay, I'm gonna re-raid and into someone. Alright, I think we're raiding on Twitch already. Okay, bye Twitch, bye. And yeah, thanks for the raid. Okay, bye YouTube.